BPPT juga melaksanakan beberapa layanan teknologi yang mendukung pembangunan nasional. Salah satunya yaitu mendukung kedaulatan negara melalui pemanfaatan layanan Balai Teknologi Survei Kelautan. BPPT berkontribusi secara nasional, terutama di dalam menambah luas kedaulatan perairan Indonesia, yaitu Landas Continent Extension atau LKE di Samudra Pasifik maupun Samudra Hindia. Mengantisipasi terjadinya bencana kebakaran hutan dan lahan, BPPT melalui Balai Besar Teknologi Modifikasi Cuaca memberikan solusi dalam penanggulangan kebakaran hutan dan lahan yang terus melanda setiap tahunnya. Pada waktu tertentu, 78% wilayah Indonesia sudah memasuki musim kemarau setiap tahunnya. Antisipasi karhutla dengan teknologi modifikasi cuaca adalah jawabannya. Dalam penguasaan teknologi industri dirgantara, BPPT melalui Balai Besar Teknologi Aerodinamika, Aeroelastika, dan Aeroakustika senantiasa berupaya mengembangkan dan memperbarui sistem pengujian aerodinamika secara berkelanjutan, mengikuti tren teknologi terkini untuk mewujudkan hasil pengujian yang presisi dan memenuhi kebutuhan industri. Dengan dukungan, kemampuan, dan pengalaman, BPPT ikut andil dalam proses pengujian pesawat baik dalam dan dari luar negeri. Dalam mendukung industri bahan baku obat nasional, BPPT melalui Balai Besar Teknologi Pati telah membangun laboratorium Pati Farmasi. Laboratorium ini menjadi milestone dalam proses pembangunan industri bahan baku obat nasional dan juga sebagai solusi bagi pengembangan industri farmasi, terutama dalam pemenuhan bahan baku obat. Dalam mendukung proyek percepatan penyelenggaraan kereta api nasional yang mengharuskan memiliki tingkat komponen dalam negeri atau TKDN tinggi, fasilitas uji sarana dan prasarana perkereta-apian, serta sumber daya manusia yang mumpuni yang dimiliki BPPT dapat menjadi solusi dalam meningkatkan kemandirian bangsa industri kereta api. Peran ini telah dibuktikan Balai Besar Teknologi Kekuatan Struktur dalam melakukan pengujian terhadap uji beban atau loading test U-Shaped Girder Light Rail Transit Jakarta, Bogor, Depok, dan Bekasi atau Jabodebek dalam mendukung proyek percepatan penyelenggaraan kereta api nasional. Melalui Badan Layanan Umum Pusat Pelayanan Teknologi, BPPT mendorong hilirisasi inovasi dan layanan teknologi kepada industri, BUMN, pemerintah, hingga masyarakat. Untuk mewujudkan BPPT menjadi lembaga unggulan dalam bidang pengkajian dan penerapan, guna meningkatkan daya saing dan kemandirian bangsa. Dalam pelaksanaan tugas pokoknya, BPPT selalu mengimplementasikan 7 peran strategisnya, yakni perekayasaan, clearing teknologi, audit teknologi, alih teknologi, intermediasi teknologi, difusi ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, serta komersialisasi teknologi.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Hamam, for introducing us to the agency that makes it all possible in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Selamat siang. A very good afternoon to you all. I hope you had a good break. Welcome back to the 5th International Workshop on Big Data and Information Security. So I'm your host, Panca Hariputra. Special welcome to all keynote speakers in this session. Dr. Hamam Riza, Head of Agency of the Assessment and Application of Technology, or the PPPT. Professor Zainal Hasrifin Nasibuan, Chairman of Indonesian Association of Higher Education in Informatics and Computing, or APTICOM. Vice Admiral Dr. Amarullah Octavian, Rector of Indonesian Defense University. and Bapak Beno Pradekso, CEO of Sulsi 247. And also very warm welcome to all participants, ladies and gentlemen. So IWBIS provides an international forum designed to examine key innovation and research in areas of big data and information security. On the first day of the conference yesterday, we have seen numerous presentations on various topics, which we hope that you gain fresh ideas and insights onto the next research endeavors in big data and information security. The conference is organized and hosted by the Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Indonesia, co-hosted with Politeknik Siber dan Sandi Negara, and technically supported by IEEE Indonesian section. This afternoon, we have a great panel of distinguished speakers who will deliver 4 keynote talks. Subsequent to each talk, there will be a time for a discussion with the speaker, which will be moderated by IWBIS general chairs and program chairs. The first keynote talk will be moderated by Professor Yudo Girisucahyo, our beloved professor from Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Indonesia, and also a general chair of IWBIS. With that said, we'd like to invite Professor Yudo to introduce our first keynote speaker and moderate discussion in the following talk. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Yudo Girisucahyo.
Thank you very much, Pancha. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. From location Jogja near the Merapi Mountain, let me moderate this session. I would like to introduce our brother Hamam Riza, Dr. Hamam Riza. He is the head of the Agency for the Assessment and Application of Technology, which is also called BPPT. We are so proud of him. He has so many contributions to this country. If you search through Google Scholar or Scopus, then you will see such a long history of his research on artificial intelligence, especially on linguistics, before he becoming the head of the agency. So there are so many inventions of BPPT, of the agency under his leadership, from the National Strategy of Artificial Intelligence, which I'm sure that he will talk about that later, the electric vehicle charging station, and also the lab for the COVID-19. So it's such, seems that BPPT just wake up from such a long sleep under his leadership. So we are so proud to have Dr. Hamam Riza here. Dr. Hamam Riza, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Yudo Girisucahyo, a very close friend, and I'm very proud of him as well. He's also the chairman of the Indonesian registry for domain name. So thank you very much. I'm really honored this afternoon. A very good afternoon to everybody. Stay healthy and happy to everyone. I would like to say and say hello to Pak Amarullah Tafian, Rector of Unhan, which is going to be one of the keynote speaker here. Also, my brother, Professor Zainal Asibuan, which we will see him shortly, I guess. Thank you to Pak Chris from Politeknik Sandi Negara, which is here, and also Professor Wisnu, as well all the other plenary speakers and probably people joining from all over the world for this extraordinary event of IWBIS 2020, which is really a great opportunity for University of Pertahanan, University of Indonesia, especially the Faculty of Computer Science, were able to organize such very important workshop. So I would like to share with all of you related to big data and AI research collaboration as part of the National Priority Program. And certainly this discussion, this talk will not really trying to stage all the results that, but certainly more into history in the making for big data and AI in Indonesia especially. So everybody can join and collaborate with each other, all the stakeholders of big data and AI research, in order for us to really foster this area in making sure. So let me really start with a very simple introduction. The development of big data, as you know, and again, the Internet of Things is really rapidly accelerating and affecting all our areas of technologies and businesses, yeah, by increasing the benefits for most of the organization, the government, even the individual benefit from big data. If we can witness the development of the population database since a decade ago, I can say, because it is all started in 2009. Now, all this population database are becoming a really master data for all of our Indonesian citizens, reaching up to 270 million. Yeah, and the growth of this data is produced by many means. Key element that has played a major role on the big data landscape, especially in Indonesia, if we are talking about big data for this citizen database. One report says the Indonesian government manage around 100 trillion byte, that is 125 petabyte, and I think in the last report that I see from the association, Internet Association, they say the Internet protocol is penetration, yeah, to people for the past 3 years has been like 60%, something like that. Yeah, I guess that was in 2018, and even McKinsey have said that we have reached around 448 petabytes in 2015. Yeah, so it's really exploding of big data. And I think I should, sorry, I have not slideshow my slide here. So, and as you know that this big data is can be categorized, yeah, according to 3 aspects or 4 aspects. It depends on how you see it, you know. A technology that that really will take the stage of the conventional database technology, trying to gather volume, velocity, variety, and certainly veracity. I think on most of the cases, veracity is really important. It's also important because it talks about data accuracy when there are certain data about it, about a specific field. So data in the digital age, yeah, data in the digital age, we can see the volume growing by a factor of 44 times increases from about 10 years. This has been reported that we are now talking about zettabytes of data, which is really a showcase that the data is exploding. And even more in the social media, we can witness so many data is flowing. I mean, you can see the tweets, you can see the Instagram, you can see emails, you can see videos, and many other data. And it is an overwhelming world. Yeah, when you combine all the penetration of the internet, the social media, and the data that is produced by its users. So this is also some statistics regarding how we, as a producer, not only consumer of data, but a producer of data in mobile apps, in social media, and chatting application, are becoming, the new paradigm for all of us, especially if we are thinking about going over this pandemic COVID-19, where we created even more data in our everyday life, in our less contact society. Yeah. So all in all, it gives us a challenge, actually, whether we can do innovation in order for us to be able to take the benefit of this data, as we are a producer of this data. Social media and networks, all of us are generating data. Scientific instrument, all the sensors, IoT, and many other things in the sensor networks, all means data to us. All the mobile device, all the tracking device, all the camera, and many other things, devices, is the source of this data, the root of this data. So innovation is determined by the ability to manage, analyze, summarize, visualize this data. And we try to discover the knowledge and the meaning in timely manner, so that we can make a better decision, we can make a better analysis, we can do better in all aspect of our lives. Yeah. So this is what really we are talking about when we see and we want to reap the benefit of big data. Government initiative by many of the country in the world are taking this data into administration. Even now, Indonesia is really trying to fight the COVID-19 with to get the accuracy of this data in terms of healthcare. The Ministry of Finance, especially the Director General of Taxation, is also in the making of the new tax commercially off-the-shelf package that are going to be deployed, and trying to increase the success of tax collection in Indonesia. Also, we can witness also private sector and many scientific work are being done by people with the with putting the big data as their main pillar, in order to get, for example, in bioinformatics, drug discovery and vaccine discovery for COVID-19 are driven by the ability to map out the human genome, the DNA, the RNA of this virus, COVID-19, the SARS-CoV-2. Yeah. And so we can really see that all of the sectors, whether it is government, academic, private sector, enterprises, are now putting emphasis on to be able to make use of the data collection to bring knowledge, the new knowledge, and then make a better decision. So this is why I am trying to gather everyone actually into an innovation ecosystem, especially in the National Priority Research Program, where we have known that there are 12 areas where the National Priority Research endorsed by the Ministry of Research and Technology, the Agency for Research and Innovation, the National Agency for Research Innovation, or BRIN, yeah, to put this priority research program into a practical use of many of our research program, industry innovation, as well as bureaucracy reform in the government. Yeah, and we need to work this all together as an ecosystem, so that, for example, in this national strategy of artificial intelligence, which was declared, I would say, or launched last August by the Minister of Research and Technology and also the Vice President. We employ all the stakeholders, whether it is academic, business, government, community, yeah, association, as even media are part of our national working group, which resulted in the recommendation of 5 priority sectors in our national development. I'm sorry, some of these slides are in Indonesia, but I can really say that we focus on putting the platform for ethical AI, for example, and sandbox regulatory framework as the foundation to be able to move up the steps into data and infrastructures, as well as the talent development and research and innovation of the industry. Yeah, so all this together will try to bring Indonesia toward its vision, 100 years of Indonesia in 2045, where we are posed to be the top 10 economies in the world. Yeah, with the largest GDP among other countries that we are competing, yeah, to be one of the largest economy. Yeah, that's why this national AI strategy have a vision AI toward Indonesia to the 2045. Yeah, with these 5 priority sector: healthcare, bureaucracy reform, research and education, food security, mobility, and smart city. I think many of the speaker, Professor Toshio Fukuda, also just now we listened to Professor Akinori, have said, you know, just like in Japan, you have super smart society. Certainly AI and big data and IoT will be a foundation for us, will be the area which we can really leverage Indonesia. Demand-driven innovation. This is what we want to be able to achieve. Yeah, at the end, when we try to implement this our national strategy. So for big data itself, the National Priority Research Program, we have conducted some organization, yeah, as a start under the Ministry of Research as part of the Priority Research Program, where we gather many of the institutions. I'm also going to ask University of Indonesia, Prof. Yudo, to participate in this collaboration, so that when we build this use case, now I will talk about use cases that I think a lot of talent, yeah, a big data talents from Indonesia. Just take an example for mitigating from tsunami and other disaster. We are talking about multi-hazard early warning system, not actually, which I will cover in the next few slides. So take example for Indonesia tsunami early warning system, where the tsunami sensors, the IoT, that's why we call this IoT big data analytics, yeah, coming from our buoy system in the fast ocean with ocean bottom unit, with where you put and place related sensors such as the pressure sensor, yeah, which will transmit the data, the reading. Also, many other data is coming from our satellite imagery data coming from our national agency, space agency, LAPAN. Also, we have many other data coming in from our cable-based tsunami meter, and every second data comes into our tsunami solution being sought for efficient data storage. Yeah, and many of these data source like tomography, buoy, cable-based tsunami meter, which is let's see. Okay, CBT cable-based tsunami meter, automatic identification system AIS, which is available, and global AIS coming into through satellites communication, and many other image from globally available is coming into our storage, and then it will be part of decision making on how you issue early warning system. So this data process and resource management has need to be carried out subsequently, and certainly it will need a lot of processing, yeah, in order for us to be able to deliver a decision making through machine learning, yeah, which will give us a predictive early warning system, so that people at the coastal area where are having a big risk and need enough time to make evacuation, this all will be integrated into a national tsunami early warning system. That is not one of our homework, actually, to be able to deliver this by the end of this year. You probably all of us have witnessed also, I have listened to Professor Anil Jain yesterday, plenary speakers, where biometric data is one of the biggest data available today. We are talking about various biometric characteristic, whether it is DNA, face, facial thermogram, hand vein fingerprint, certainly iris, yeah, signature, retina, and many other things. And for the case of biometric data in Indonesia, as we have concluded, yeah, the initiation of the program for our electronic ID, which we call IKTP, we certainly see that biometric data is something that we need to manage unconventionally, but we need to treat this data as a big data. And I think there are many applications to this biometric data. For example, what happened when we have a crash last time, where AirAsia was crashed in near Kalimantan, and the police and the the search and rescue team were able to find and identify the victims of the Air Asia crash by using multi-biometric identification system. So we need to increase and expand the application of the biometric data which has been compiled and gathered, yeah, through our electronic ID, and now being the one of the biggest data. If you think about that, more than hundreds of 200, 300 organizations are accessing this data, biometric data, through the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Director General of Citizen Dukcapil, yeah, citizen registration, civil registration, I mean. And just like Professor Yudo have mentioned, we also were able to produce one of the early solution for detecting COVID-19 as part of what we are doing now, 3T, yeah, testing, tracing, and treating. So for the case for building AI for COVID-19 detection, one of the important step is developing data mining platform, yeah, so that the AI system, the machine learning system, and the deep learning system, as well as the epidemiology support system, yeah, based on knowledge growing system, can really provide us with the tracing capability, yeah, in order for us to go hand in hand with a golden standard like PCR tests or rapid tests that we're taking. Yeah. So in doing so, we have been able to use data publicly available through IWBIS, yeah, one of the source of data where we started our machine learning and deep learning from CT scan and X-ray. I think several other universities are also doing this, including University of Indonesia, and we are very keen to work together on getting the system integrated and work coherently, yeah, so that we can gather all this data, becoming a big data for COVID-19 handling in Indonesia. Yeah. And now I come to the other disaster management, where big data is also very important. And this is also is work on progress, and I'm seeking collaboration, research, so that how will big data contribute to forest fire prevention? This is the research question, actually. Yeah. How will big data contribute to forest fire mitigation? Yeah. As you know, Indonesia were affected by forest fire annually. Every year we go through this period of where and when forest fire happens mostly in the western part of Sumatra. No, I mean western part of Indonesia. Like you will start it from Riau. Sometimes it started in Sumatra Utara. Actually, this is the period where we will have a dry season. Yeah, El Nino kicks in to Indonesia, whereas now we are observing that La Nina is coming into Indonesia. That's why you are now seeing a lot of rains, and potentially we were warned that flooding will happen in many areas in Indonesia, especially in Java. And you know, in terms of forest fire, you can see it will go from Sumatra to Java, and even though it doesn't cause you the forest fire in Java, but most potentially it is a very harmful period for our agriculture, yeah, because you will have fail harvesting of the crops, because of the dry season. So in order to fight this, we have to have a tools actually that can support the mitigation of forest fire prevention, especially, or in a greater cause, it is about how you limit the flooding, how you limit the forest fire, how you limit the dry season so that you can save our crop, yeah, our agriculture. So one of the things that you need to have the tools for the modification technology. Yeah, weather modification technology is a key part in order for us to do forest fire prevention and mitigation. And in order to do that, basically you will need many data source from many institutions. Yeah. For example, BMKG as weather forecaster, BNPB as a disaster management agency, and then the Ministry of Forestry and Environment, yeah, is the leading sector to regulate how you can predict and then fight the forest fire by having a good strategy based on data. So that's why this application that we are now developing involves many stakeholders in creating this data, the big data, whether it is for operation, whether it is for the strategy for prevention, and then for forecasting. Yeah. For example, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry have a system, have a data where they will give you the hotspot. Whereas the BPPT, my institution, provide various data from our peatland ground water level. This is the IoT sensor. In many areas, we need to increase that as well in order to get a better data, the velocity of data, and also the volume of data needs to be increased, as well as BMKG as the weather forecaster have FDRS. FDRS is fire danger rating system. Yeah, and then
another 7 minutes, sir.
Okay, and other institutions like BRG is also providing the data from the PRIMS. So in order to develop the minimum viable product for forest fire prevention, we are now at the stage where we have identified purpose, forecast capability, information provided, which is really big data, and then users. Yeah, and we are expecting that at the end we will able to have early forest fire warning system to prevent fire risk in each province using machine learning. Yeah, and in doing so, we follow the rule of thumb of data science, where you identify data source, data analysis, hypothesis validation, and then certainly at the end we need to build the machine learning model that can take data from BMKG, for example, historical weather from ECMWF, hotspot information from the Ministry of Forestry, as well as the peatland monitoring from BRG, the Badan Restorasi Gambut, peatland restoration agency, and many other, so that we can predict all the groundwater level. So these are some showcase that I want to share with you, and I want to ask your hand actually to participate in such endeavor to build up the big data for us. Velocity, volume, and variety. We need to handle various format. We need to extract actually all this data so that it can link together. I think I will end my presentation as have been warned by Professor Yudo. We've remembered that we have one data Indonesia, and we certainly have the urgency to define and plan our data benefits, so that we, in order for us to implement this presidential regulation on Satu Data Indonesia or One Data Indonesia, we certainly have to have close coordination. We need to collaborate and build up the engine of growth for the big data in Indonesia. I think most of you can find this very challenging, and certainly I want you to take away things that is very important: data science, data engineering, big data, artificial, are the fields that are extremely needed to process data into gold. We don't want to say into oil, even though some people say data is the new oil, but you know that we are talking about renewable energy. So let's leave behind the fossil fuel. So let's just change this data into gold, which is really precious for all of us. See you again. I want you to ask all your participation in the next AI Summit 2020, which will also host Professor Toshio Fukuda. And also, we are also going to see again Professor Anil Jain as the keynote speaker, among others. We also have confirmed speaker from Facebook, Jan Leken, which is the Turing Award laureates, this will be very interesting. And certainly you are welcome to participate, whether you want to submit a poster. And also for all startup, please join us in the virtual expo. It's really an invitation to all of you. The new generation of big data in Indonesia. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hamam. Applause for Dr. Hamam from the audience. Okay, now there are 8 questions so far, mostly from the Defense University. So thank you to all students from the Admiral Octavian as director of the Defense University. But I will just pick some of them so we can finish on time at 15:30. The first question is actually from Hendra Wulan about the implementation of big data in supporting national defense and the threats that might result from big data. And for the question number 2 from Agung M. Utomo, I'm sure that Dr. Hamam has explained a lot about the contribution of the BPPT for the disaster in Indonesia, so I don't think we should answer this question again. For the third question is about the position of social media, which is very influential in public opinion and the decision-making of leaders in Indonesia. And then the third one is actually, what are the opportunities and challenges regarding how diplomacy is carried out in the digital era? So how ICT is used effectively in diplomacy towards progress and mutual prosperity. 3 questions first, and then if we still have time, then we can continue with the second round.
Okay, thank you. So I will ask. I will try to first answer the question from Papahan about the social media. I think social media is the mainstream, of how you interact with each other right now. So this is actually digital transformation on social connection, social communication, and a lot of this data which I show you in my slide is basically produced from social media. So the question is, where is the position of social media in the decision making of leaders in Indonesia? This is actually, in reality, is an operation that are conducted by many leaders from various organizations. Opinion mining is technology, yeah, where you actually mine the opinion in the media, social media, to become part of the consideration in making decision. So social media is really mainstream, I think, in many of the organization. Even more, it will be very influential for us, yeah, which takes part in becoming the content producer of the social media. So that's the first question. For the same thing will be in supporting national defense and trades. I think we cannot get away, I will say, from embarking in developing big data for national resiliency. Ya, untuk ketahanan nasional pasti kita memerlukan big data. Di situ ada segala macam data, baik itu data intelligence, you will use intelligence data, you will use report, you use the statistic, and many other in order for us to have a better defense strategy. Especially we are fighting the asymmetric warfare, yeah, where actually information warfare is part of the national defense, yeah. And the third one, I think, Professor Yudo, you mentioned about the question from
diplomacy, about diplomacy.
Diplomacy, I think it's the same thing.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, big data. Well, actually, big data means that you have so much data that the conventional database technology that we know, like I started to learn about data when I was young. I still have hairs, I think, at that time. And I start with relational database, right? But that kind of technology is already actually diminishing, yeah. And it is replaced by the new technology from big data, where you take account in the volume, velocity, the variety, and the veracity as part of how you organize and make data become knowledge. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hamam. Since we still have 12 minutes left, we can continue to the next question from Nizam Safaras, also from Indonesia Defense University. 2 questions from him. The first one is about the transfer of technology. Is there any transfer of technology from foreign countries, since probably we need resources from other countries to build the industry? And then the second question from him is about, do we have the vision about the capable human resources? How exactly are we going to implement this? Does BPPT will have several programs to educate our engineer to achieve the standard of capable human resources?
Okay, thank you. I will try to answer to answer the question. This is really interesting question, and I think it is really a question as well as a challenge for us about innovation. Innovation, in our perspective, comes from research and development. Yeah, from research development, where you do engineering, you do scientific discovery, and you do research. And from here, you need to take this into, in our perspective, technology clearing, where you actually try to see whether this technology is adaptable to a certain condition. That's why in our work in BPPT, we talk about whether this technology is the right technology, teknologi tepat guna. Yeah. And the other thing is that we need to see whether this technology will be able to be adopted by our local industry, so that we can deliver a product using this technology with the TKDN, the rate of local content. Yeah. And from there, you go to transfer of technology, where actually this technology is transferred to the industry or to the startup. Yeah. So that at the end, when you do the diffusion of this technology and commercialization of technology, you will be able to have a sustainable product from this technology. So if we talk about big data, whether this technology can be something that a startup company will take advantage of, and then being able to scale up the product. Yeah, take example, how you improve the healthcare by applying big data technology. So this is called innovation. The whole the whole chain of value from research development up to commercialization, that means innovation for us. And the resource from other country can be part of this innovation. Why? Because we also believe in reverse engineering. Yeah, this is how you actually leapfrog in order for us, for you to be competitive with the other nation, so we can bring up this product using our own resources. And the second question, capable human resource, how we exactly we are going to implement this. This is certainly the national program to bring the capable human resource into our national development. So it is, I think, mandatory for all of us to be part of the human resource that will contribute to the national development. How you do it is that by giving your creativity and innovation, by doing education and research, then we will be able to spring up a capable human resource. And I think we as a young new generation of knowledgeable worker, educated people will want to take this opportunity to be part of the national development. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hamam. Next question from Andina. The role of big data to encourage small and medium enterprise. I'm sure you have lots of things to say about this.
Oh, this is really a challenge to do the question. Yeah, I think you really take the the current, if you know, UMKM, the small medium enterprise, is really the core of our national development. We are not talking only big companies or for our economic development, the engine of growth. The engine of growth for Indonesia comes from the small medium enterprise. Certainly, the small and medium enterprise, in order for you to become competitive, having resiliency and persistence, also have, I will say, sovereignty. You need to really take big data seriously. Just any other industry 4.0 technology like IoT, cloud computing, and artificial intelligence, small medium enterprise has to embark in a journey to make digital transformation happens in all aspects of your business. In order for you to compete with other small medium enterprise and becoming a scale up industry, yeah, sustainable industry, then you need to take advantage of the development of many technology, including big data. It will help you to make the product better. It will make you to make a cheaper product. It will make you to make a more innovative product, and also to market your product. So I think it's not really a lip service of the president to say that we are mainstreaming digital transformation in the country so that we can really participate in the digital economy. Thank you.
Okay, 5 minutes left, so we can still have 1 or 2 questions. Next one is actually from Asral Effendi. Dear Dr. Hamam Riza, what stimulus from the government that encourages R&D and industry in this field to develop properly?
Okay. Yes. Again, thank you for the question. I want to also probably announce to all of you that the Ministry of Finance has just released a new law, a new regulation, and I think Professor Yudo and many other people also know about this new law. It's about super tax deduction, super tax deduction, where this is really an incentive for many people doing research and development, many people doing research and development to be able to get incentive by reducing the tax rate that a company invests in R&D. So take, for example, if I am a startup, I have a startup company working on natural language processing, speech recognition, for example. I can invest 100 million in this startup, and by the end of the year, after I follow through with a certain procedure and guidelines from the Ministry of Research and Technology, my tax can be cut up to 300 million because of this investment made in R&D. So in this case, the millennial, the new generation, trying to put investment in R&D for a new startup will be able, to take the benefit of R&D so that you can produce a better. Each product, if we want to be a global brand for this product, for example, the big data product that produced by a young generation, by university student from Unhan or from UI and many other university, can be part of a new startup company. And if we want to take this product into a global brand, you will go into the debt valley where you actually need investment to get away from this debt valley of innovation. You risk the technology, you risk the market, and you risk financially. So that's why the government now introduced this new law in order for you to build the bridge so that you can pass the valley of death of innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hamam Riza, for joining us as the keynote speaker in the IWBIS 2020. Let's give applause to Dr. Hamam Riza. Since it's already 15:29, so I will pass it back to our great master of ceremony, Dr. the Fifth Son in English or Panca Putra in Indonesia. To Panca Putra. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Hamam.
Professor Yudo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hamam, for the inspiring talk. The importance of data and tackling many issues from COVID-19 to forest fire, right? And also thank you for Professor Yudo Giri Sucayo for moderating the discussion. And have a safe ride to Jakarta. I will see you soon.
See you soon.
Campus, yeah. Okay, so let's now move on to the next keynote speaker. The second speaker will be introduced and moderated by Dr. Santi Indarjani from Polytechnic Siber and Sandi Negara, who is also one of our program chairs. And Dr. Santi, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Pancha. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying in this session. And today we have an honorable speaker, Professor Diana Hasibuan. In this session, Professor will give his talk about, yes, the talk title is about toward using universal big data in artificial intelligence research and development in gain meaningful insight and automation system. Before we invite the professor, I will introduce the profile of the professor. Actually, the professor born in Pekanbaru, Indonesia in 1959, and he got his degree, Bachelor Science in Statistics from Bogor Institute of Agriculture Indonesia in 1986. And then Professor got his Master and PhD in Information Science, Indiana University in 1989 and 1995 respectively. His research interest is including e-learning, digital library, information retrieval, information system, and software engineering. And currently, Professor Hasibuan serves as a chairman of Indonesia Association of Higher Education in Informatics and Computing, or we call it as Apticom. And also, Professor now occupied as a professor at Dian Nuswantoro University. So this is an honor for me to chair this session. Now let me invite the Honorable Professor Diana Hasibuan. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you, Mbak Santi.
Yes. Professor, you will have to present your talk about 40 minutes, and then we'll continue to discussion. So please, time is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Allow me to share screen. Okay, can you see my presentation, Mbak Santi? Oh, sorry. Okay, let me see. I think. Okay, how's that? Can you see it?
Yes, it's clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mbak Santi again. A very good afternoon to everyone, to my fellows, Yudogiri, Dinda Hamam, and Ananda yang suka manggil saya Ayahanda, Prof. Vishnu, and Pancha. So great to see you all. So
Greetings,
okay,
Professor.
Yeah.
Now.
And also Rector Unhan. I think this is our first time to see, and Rector Polytechnic Cybersecurity. I think this is the one that has campus in Bogor area, ya, if I'm not mistaken. Sekolah Tinggi Sandi dulunya, bukan? Okay, so I will present my paper that has titled "Toward Using Universal Big Data in Artificial Intelligence Research and Development to Gain Meaningful Insights and Automation System." And I will divide my presentation into several points. First, I will explain about background and motivations, and then a new concept of universal big data and artificial intelligence that more or less Dr. Hamam just mentioned before, and artificial intelligence research and development trends using big data. And after doing research in AI, I come up with a framework or cycle, what we call it end-to-end cycle of meaningful insights and automation systems. And then next, I will share about what are the challenges and opportunities in AI research using universal big data. I will close it with conclusion. First, as Dr. Hammam just mentioned before, more and more digital data is available, not only in terms of volumes, but also in various data types and media form. This is very important. Later on, it is become a challenge how to compute those various types of data and media forms. From time to time, and from one place to another place, most of human to humans, human to machine, machine to machine, human to environment, or vice versa interaction produce digital data in various forms. Here comes the terms of universal big data. So I use the terms more wider than just big data because it is come from several sources, come from different dimensions, and also come from different times and places. Okay, I think I have lack of time. Okay, as we can see here, as a human, for center of everything, almost everyday's activities, whether with our family, at our work, educations, leisure times, listening to music, spending our money to cafe or etc. It's all lend ourselves to producing digital data. And at the same token, it is become a users of this digital data as well. So from these raw data collections, if we structures the data, then it'll come more a complex things. For example, the nature of the data itself is diverse, and also the purpose of the data being collected also is not the same type of data, and all kinds of things that attributed to the data may differ from one to another's. And how we gonna compute all this data with their various types, with their various measurements, with their various dimensions? Not that simple. Simple mathematics not can easily apply just like that. So a lot of work later on, I will explain how we can utilize or get benefits from this universal big data. I call it everything is data. Managing this universal big data set properly will provide meaningful insights, quality decision making, and many automation systems that may produce from this universal big data set. The meaningful insight also will gain from universal big data will enable organization to be driven by business intelligence and insight. I think Dr. Hammam also mentioned it before. Any decisions making that driven by data is more accurate and more reliable as compared not using a data. Any organizations in any sector that is able to apply effective data analytics to universal big data set will gain significant competitive advantage, especially in their playing fields. What we call it blue ocean strategy. Not only compete in the red ocean strategy, but they can move and create a new environment, become blue ocean strategy. I will show some of the research that have done with my PhD students so far that using big data, even though some of them still ongoing, but it will give us insight or motivations how to pursue research in big data. First of all, in the area of educations, As we all know, traditional teaching and learning actually assume every student has the same capability. Every student has the same motivations to study, but intrinsically it is not. So that motivates us to study further about how we can serve individual students in order to optimize teaching and learning results. So this is what we call personalized learning. As we can see in these pictures, we capture three dimensions that constitute ones in learning. First is motivations, learning awareness, and prior knowledge. So in the previous studies, each dimensions explore individually. So in this study, we studied 2014, we reveal the relationship among the components, and then we use it to measure or to explore how one learns. This is what we call learning style. So that's very interesting because the value of those three dimensions um, different measurements, and at the same token, the range also is not the same. So it has become very challenging how to compute one's positions in teaching and learning and use that positions not only to serve sufficient or appropriate material to the student, but also it can identify the student learning style. It can cluster students' learning style so that they are more or less the same cluster, study the same style, and also can use the same set of learning materials. And also it is can use to predict student achievement, whether or not one student will be success or fail. So before that happened, which is right now, that's what happened. People fail, and then we cannot do anything else. So with this research, we try to explore the possibility of students' achievement before it is happened. So whether or not 2 or 3 years to come, the student will fail or success. If it is potentially fail, so intervention strategy has to be applied. This is what we call prescription. Just like a doctor, when diagnoses a patient, they give prescription to the patient so that the patient can buy medicines and get well soon. So more or less similar to that. And also, as we all know, most of ICT investment, especially in educational institutions, start from school to university. That investment come without early or prior assessment. So what happened from the previous experiments, a lot of resources that being invest underutilized, and hence that's motivate us to study how to measure one's institutions their capability and capacity to absorb the ICT in order to support their daily activities. So this is what we call, especially in education, we call it early learning process maturity level conceptual framework. By having this conceptual framework and measuring dimension that influence the capacity, the capability to absorb, it will give a guidance to the investor, which is mostly government or the school leaders, what kind of and how much ICT they have to provide to that institution. And this is also involved a lot of data, not only the infrastructures per se, but also the process of teaching and learning, and then the stage of how mature the students, because the student from the city area may differ, yeah, from area that very remote. That's kind of things we measure, and we come up with this framework, and this framework will be used as a base to develop smart learning environment. So by having so, we are not blindly invest ICT to all schools. It should invest proportionally according to capability and capacity. Okay, so this is very interesting. For UMKM, Dr. Hamam just mentioned, UMKM is a very strategic sector in our country. Yeah, I think most of this slide come from Pancha's study. 97 to 90% of our labor force absorbed by UMKM, and almost 67% of our GDP contributed by UMKM sector. So it is no question government should pay more attention to this UMKM if you want to get out from these economic recessions. Again, its contribution to labor force, 97 to 90%. Its contribution to GDP, 67%. So that's become our interest to apply artificial intelligence research on this UMKM. So since also we have a very unique small medium enterprise in Indonesia as compared to other countries in the world, because we have a very various types of small medium enterprise from one sector to another sector. Not only that, even though the same small medium enterprise in one place, but it may differ if it exists in another place. So it is very interesting. We try to capture the small medium enterprise, and then provide profile of this small medium enterprise. Use this profile to teach the system what are the things, what are the application, or exactly what kind of ICT needed by a certain small medium enterprise. Again, the philosophy is the same with school or education institution. One UMKM may have different needs for application, for technology, even for the human capacity to run that system. So we try to capture as soon as possible that profile without abundant, without giving a burden to the small medium enterprise, and then provide a solution to that small medium enterprise as a service, application as a service, infrastructures also as a service. If there are small medium enterprise already advanced, the idea also will provide a platform as a service. So by identifying those aspects, we can see what are the application. This is published by Pancha and I, and then in 2017, what we call it application portfolio, and then we map it to the value chain. So start from the raw material until the marketing. So this study now is being enhanced, especially how to teach a machine to recognize a certain profile of the small medium enterprise, that their profile captured very quickly as possible, as real time as possible, so that will be no lack of time happen in that case, and then the small medium enterprise get a solution right away. So that's the idea of this artificial intelligence application using big data in small medium enterprise, because the patterns is repeating. So it is an opportunity to teach the systems and recognize one patterns happen in one place, the same pattern may be used in another place or in another small medium enterprise. And this is the application of artificial intelligence in cultural heritage. Most of the data, it is about our culture's wealth, about our culture's object, which we know most of the components or most of the object, our cultural heritage, not really being known. How much are they? Yeah, the statistic, what are they, and how they are being used, because the history of this cultural heritage is diminishing. So we need to preserve and conserve this cultural heritage using technology. So the purpose of this study to our country, it can preserve and conserve our cultural heritage and natural history. Natural history, just like, for example, Merapi Mountains being erupted, how the Lake Toba being created, something like that. That's what we call natural history. That should be preserved. And then for to outside of our country, it will improve the feasibility of our tourism. So the tourists can easily see what we have, how rich our country before they come to our country. And also they can use these results to be their personal guidance. If they see, if the tourists see a batik, they want to know what are the history behind the batik, they can simply photo it and then query to the systems, and then the system will provide all kinds of information needed for the tourism. So this is a twofold objective of implementation of artificial intelligence in our cultural heritage and natural history. And there are other things, but for the purpose of this conference, I just saw some of those studies done by my students. From those research, from those several research, we conclude that actually when we are doing research in artificial intelligence using universal big data, we have to have a cycle that cannot be discontinued in order to get a final result, in order to get system that work and can be used and give benefit to the users. So this cycle consists of 7 stages. First, as we can see from our leftmost side, what we call it capturing human and machine behavior or interactions. As we know, we go to the market, we go to the movie, we go to the school, we go to the work, all create data, all create digital data in many forms. For example, we update our status, we already in the office, or for example, we meet our friends in the cafe, we post it in the Facebook, or who people knows who has a network with us, etc., etc. So this is the first step that we have to recognize and try to capture as much as possible. As my slide saw before, that everything is connected. We are in the network society. So whatever we do today, yesterday, tomorrow, and next week, etc., it may possible being connected to each other. So we want to maintain this connection. This is what we call inherent structures of the data. So second stage, we collect all this data. We provide big data sets that consist of several types of data, several forms of data, several different times of data, several places of data, etc., etc. So we try to collect as much as possible data available that become our interest. So this is what we call universal big data. And then we use this big data set to capture dimension, since maybe we have thousands of dimensions data being captured. we, as a mathematicians and statistician, we know maybe some of the data is a combination linear of another data, or maybe some data have a perfect correlation with another data, etc., etc. Or maybe some data belong to the same cluster with another data. So this is what we call dimension reduction. With those big size of dimensions of data that captured in stage 2, we try to process those data so that the data more cleaner, the data more organized, the data more have smaller dimensions, etc., etc., so that computation much easier, and also computations give more information. This is what we call users behavior feature selections and formulating framework. From there, it is become an input to the fourth stage, what we call platform design. In this stage, we already choose what are the algorithms will be used to compute the data. Most of the algorithm in AI, I should say, already stable. It's already established. It's very difficult to modify, difficult to create a new one. So we just simply using it. But we have to know what algorithm to do the things that we want to do, or the things that we want to have the result. And secondly, we also have to explore what are the infrastructures available, because maybe our environment not so sophisticated to another, but it doesn't mean we cannot do artificial intelligence research and development. And also the data structures, what are the data structures or database schema that will be more easier to calculate, to compute according to the infrastructures we have, according to the algorithm we have, etc., etc. So this first stage, I call it platform design. And then from there, we map it, what the purpose of this with all this computation. First, for sure, it will make our job easier in the transactions, and also in the managerial, and also in the top management, what we call it management or decision making. So those can be mapped to any kind of organization. More or less, the concept is like this. It doesn't mean restricted to only what I just showed in the slide. It could be extended to another functions that specific institution needs. For example, in university, they have application for library. They need to recognize their library users, their collections types, etc., etc. So again, this is the illustration where the application come from. That's why we call it this as a portfolio application. And then all this portfolio application being used in whoever involved in any institution, in any organization, to make decision, to support their daily activities, to make a report, etc., etc. So let's come to the seventh stage or phase, what we call data visualization, where in the level of transaction, we can collect data from time to time, from one place to another place, and then the purpose of each table. So the data being more organized, specific to organization, and the data also can give us many kinds of bar, trend, etc. For example, we can make a bar chart, and then we can see, for example, whether or not our marketing strategy provide or give impact to the new product, etc., etc. And then at the top management, it can compare it if the productions increase, but the marketings decrease. What other things need to be done? If in another place it is marketing good or the sales good, but in another place the sales is down, etc. What other things need to be done? So this is what we call business driven by data, not by hunch or by what you call that, by dream or something like that. Yeah, this is a business driven by data. And then in turns, all of this become an input to the first stage. And those are the cycle that I just mentioned, so that research in artificial intelligence will give meaningful insights and automation because we do it not only one time. It should be repeating many times, because there are stages in these cycles that needs trial and error effort. Otherwise, we don't know the patterns, which pattern that's more stable as compared to another pattern, etc. So it will impact to the purpose of our computation, whether to identification, classification, prediction, even prescription. So end-to-end cycle meaningful insight and automation, as I show in the pictures, it's explained in these two slides. I think I don't need to repeat it again, but I will show to all the participants what are the challenges and opportunities in AI research using universal big data. When we talk about big data, AI, it seems so easy because the tools already there. But as I mentioned, I saw in my slide about that 7 phase in the cycle, the what should I say? The dirty work, yeah, the hard work, yeah, it is in the first 3 phases. Yeah, how to collect? There are a lot of questions come up from there, because when we are doing research, we have to comply to scientific method. We have to comply to scientific tools. Yeah, we just cannot collect the data. We just cannot make a survey and then give it to the respondent. No. So we have to pay a close attention in the first stage, how we collect the data, what instrument we use to collect the data, because it is also will determine the validity and reliability of the data. Either it is in qualitative or in quantitative. Yeah. So if we cannot give a robust question and answer to that first stage, the rest of our research cannot be accountable. Yeah. So that's the first stage. Even though we call everything is data, we have to really pay close attention how we capture the data, what instrument the data will be captured, and then when, where, who that become our target. That must be well defined. And then that big data, for sure, as Dr. Hama mentioned before, it is multi dimensions, multi sources, yeah, and then multi places, multi times, etc., etc. It will come to the next stage when we make a big data set. We have to consider how to compute hold these various types of data, various dimensions of data, so the computations, it can be shown a correct result. Otherwise, we just cannot combine ordinal data with nominal data and then compute it with numerical data. We just cannot do that. So we have to work hard to standardize the data, to normalize the data, to categorize the data. Even though to categorize it, we have to have a good references how to categorize it. Maybe first attempt to categorize the data is not giving a good result. So that's why it is a trial and error. We have to recategorize it until we have a very stable patterns, and then the patterns give a benefit to the purpose of our research. So we try to find what we call relationship. As I mentioned before, maybe no correlation or strong correlation, or maybe it's part of the combination, linear combination, one or another, or maybe it is actually form one cluster and not belong to another cluster, etc., etc. A lot of data characteristics need to be revealed from these multiple sources, multiple
Excuse me,
dimensions.
Professor, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you, Mbak Santi. And then, beside finding relationships, maybe we have to create relationship as well. This is what we call ontology. So again, we don't know whether our ontology or relationships it is correct or not until we finish all the cycle. If it is not giving a good result, we have to do it again. I think previous speakers also mentions his research result not giving a good result yet, but it is give insight and promise. We have to do redo it again and again, trial and error, because that's the natures of AI research using this big data. It's not a one-time research just like what we have done before. And then from there we will reveal what we call inherent structure. Once we get these inherent structures, we can do many things to the data we have. We can do many things to our organization. We can do many things to gain what we call competitive advantage. Okay, so this is what I call it. Once the set of features steady and mature, the universal big data set can be easily updated. Okay, so this is the first. This is the third stage. Once the framework stable, mature, then it can be easily, if you want to update the data, because we already have a strong data dictionary, if you can use the terms, or we can use a data schema, and then we can update it. Even we can add on if there are other variables need to be add on. So life will much easier when we come to that stage. But to get to that stage, I think from Dr. Hama mentions, this research has to be sustained, not only one time, it should be continued. And then reveal inherent structures and feature relationship will form the pattern that can be used for further analysis, and the data-driven business decision making will be part of the organization. Last slide, Mbak Santi. Yeah, everything is data. Brings opportunity to enlarge and enhance research and development in AI. Yeah, I study 8 credit hours in 1987, 88 in America about this AI class. In that times, there are two must-have about AI. One, using neuron, taking out our brain and then see how our brain is working. And then the other one using statistic mathematics. I come from statistic mathematics. So at that time, artificial intelligence dominance is neuron science. Yeah, really neuron. They use monkey, rat, for their experiments. They give a chemical to their brain and then map how this chemical react. So, but with the advance of technology recently in the last 5 years, for example, computing power increased unbelievable, and then memory size also increased almost unlimited, and also digital data available through broadband, etc., etc. That makes artificial intelligence, especially based on statistics and mathematics, reincarnate. And then that's where I come from. I'm very excited, especially in the last 5 years, because it seems that mathematics and statistics having a place again in artificial intelligence research. So as I show in my previous slides, most of the research I've done in AI, it is based on statistics and mathematics, especially theory statistics. And the universal big data dataset makes all modes of computations, for identification, descriptive, predictive prescriptions more feasible and more visible, more making it easier to do. End-to-end cycle of meaningful insights and automation system ensure all the stages of artificial intelligence research and development using universal big data, consistent and persistent. So because a lot of trial and errors need to be done, need to be recorded, required a great patience on us to do that research, especially how to code the data in the early 3 stage that I show before. All data collected, processed, and presented can be easily visualized from time to time and from one place to another place to give input to all stakeholders in any organization, and in order to make good decision, to plan next action, to make planning, and also formulate strategy.
Okay.
I think that's all my presentation, Baksati. Hopefully everyone can take benefit out of it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. It is a very interesting topic. And actually, you bring a very good news for me because we have the same basic. I'm from mathematics statistics also. Okay, Professor, now we proceed to the second part, question and answer. And we have 3 questions already in the QA box. So I will read the question for you. First, how to use artificial intelligence and big data to strengthen national defense. This is from Hendra Wulan. Please, Professor, thank you.
Okay, I answer it directly, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, this is a very challenging, especially for the Unhan rector, yeah, because I also have a new thing. I think you have seen it. The cyber attack not only come from 2 aspects that commonly mentioned in many literatures, which is logical attack and cyber attacks. Our study in 2009 and 2011 reveal cyber attacks also attack the 3rd dimensions of our lives, what we call social and cultural. So it is possible we will get next generations. They are Indonesians, but their value, their cultures, their behavior no longer Indonesians. So this is very challenging to us, especially in academic institutions, how to study in depth the changing of cultures and social and cultures. And what we show in our study previously, yeah, this is to the one who questioned. These gadgets, this gadget simply give more what you call that more mudarat, yeah, more mudarat than manfaat, yeah. This
Disadvantage.
Yeah. Yeah. These gadgets give more disadvantage as compared to advantage. Yeah, we can simply what you call that, capture from their social media usage. At the time, API is still easily can captures, and then we calculate, we make a graphic, and the growth of this attack exponentially. So it is no surprise to me, yeah, if until now the hoax cannot be controlled, yeah, all the posting in our social media uncontrollable. Our next ongoing research right now, we are not only detecting hoax, we are not only detecting sentiment analysis, but we also detecting the conceptual drift, the changing of topics from one time to another time, from one place to another place. We capturing the sources. So later on, we will have a patterns who produce more hoax, and then once we read that news come from that sources, we just simply delete it, etc., etc. Then hopefully we'll have our society. But again, back to the question, especially for the defense, please, if I may suggest, study not only logical and physical, because in that 2 areas, more or less the research already established. We cannot compete with our fellow from America, from Europe, Russia, etc., because they have more technology as compared to us. But if we study the defense by looking at social and cultural aspect, that's very interesting. And my study with Farisa, I think Pancha is not there yet, yeah. Reveal that kind of vulnerable attack in our society. A lot of consequences can be analyzed according to that finding. Yeah. Later on, if we're talking about how Pancasila Indonesian SARS, we will be surprised when we look at the result of how we use these gadgets. So that's my answer. Thank you, Santi.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Now we go to the second question. It is from Prasetyo Adi from University of Indonesia. He asked about, is there any open research to implement the end-to-end cycle into information security management, especially now that many infrastructure are managed with IoT? Please, Professor, you can answer the question.
Can you repeat the question again, Mbak Santi?
Is there any open source that open research to implement the end-to-end cycle into information security management, especially now that many infrastructure are managed with IoT?
I'm not quite understand about open research. What does it mean, open research?
I don't know. Maybe is there any suggestion maybe for maybe Mr. Adi want to to do the research in this field? Maybe you have any suggestion?
For sure.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure, Mbak Santi. IoT will make us much easier to capture the data. That's for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Not only capturing the data from social media, but also from human activities. That's where the IoT play a major role. For example, if we connect our IoT with a sensors, and then a sensor capture any motions, and the motion being sent to the servers, and we have big chunks of data, not only about emotions, movement, also about audio, video, etc. And those lend themselves to a pattern. Once the patterns being revealed, for sure, any kinds of patterns will be repeating. Look at ourselves. We eat something today, for sure, whatever we eat today will be repeated again in the next day or next 2 days or next 3 days, etc., etc. This is what we call patterns. Once we get the patterns, we know what kind of actions that we have to take. That's my answer, Pak Santi.
Okay, thank you, Professor. And now the third question from Unhan student, Majamas Pahan. The question is, I have something to ask. In the end-to-end cycle in the automation system, don't we first define organizational managerial, step 6, before determining the platform design, step 4, and then determine the application portfolio such as the decision support system, step 5? That's the question.
Of course, Mbak Santi.
Okay. Okay.
That's a short answer, of course.
Okay, the answer is quite clear, yes, Professor. Thank you. Okay, now the next question from also from Unhan Doctoral, Rujito Di Asmoro. The question is, sorry, where is it? Oh yeah. Related to the current issue, where a group of intruders were able to get information of a bank account holder, and they managed to transfer the money to their account. Thus, with the idea of big data system, what are your proposal to protect one's own private information? Actually, this is related with yes, privacy information.
From my opinion, Mbak Santi, if one can crack a bank, it's not really related to the big data. It is related to the what we call it, encryption, decryption,
Yes, security tools.
Sandi, etc. Maybe Mbak Santi knows better than me, but big data research and AI can be applied to that when we capture the behaviors. We capture the not only the humans behaviors but also the machine behaviors. Yeah, I think right now BNI, for example, asking each customer to replace or to change their password, yeah, every 3 months. If we don't change it, they give a remind. If you don't still can change it, we cannot get our money from the ATM or something like that. It's good. It is nothing to do with big data, artificial intelligence. Yeah, it just
Security
a lot
matters.
of method, the technique to crack the code. But again, we can study through big data and artificial intelligence, how often, how frequent, where it's happened, what kind of loophole that the intruder use to crack the bank, etc., etc. That can be captured. Yeah, for example, we can use the CCTV data. We can use, for example, the time when it happened. So it is a patterns, and if the patterns are being robust, we can use it to establish our strategy, how to improve our security, etc., etc. So again, we have to look at the problems, whether or not it is AI research,
Big data.
using big data, or beyond that.
Okay, thank you, Professor. We still have about 3 minutes, so maybe I will take only one question more. This is from Endina Putri from Fasilkom UI. I would like to ask, during the COVID pandemic, we use all kind of online application for learning. I want to ask about the privacy, and also I think it is related also with the question before. So maybe I can take another one. This is from Lailatul Komariah from Unhan. The question is, I would like to ask, is it possible to integrate AI and cybersecurity to manage and identify the hoax in social media using big data analytics as the information to identify it as an integrated program? And what you think about this?
Very, very possible, Mbak Santi. That's also my interest. But we have to do a lot of work. Again, as I mentioned, we are, I think, autocritic to ourselves. We are not really see the data as an asset. We don't really see the data as an asset. So if we want to do the research like that, we have to capture very large amounts of data with periodic of times, different places, and then related to another source of data, maybe from BPS, from Admindo, from their school per se. So a lot of effort to code the data, and then try to find the relationship. This is also, I think, this is not as difficult as previous one, but it's still very important because we have to be patient. What are the relationship? What are the structures that may be inherent in that data collections? That we all know, and maybe as a common sense, it is not related at all. But that's come because we are not really considering data as an asset. So there's another effect of this conference, I hope, by bringing the topic of artificial intelligence and big data, it will increase our awareness, the importance of data. Data is an asset. Even people said, whoever manage the data, they will manage the futures.
Yes. Okay, thank you, Professor. I think this is the end of this session. For all participants, I'm sorry because we have limited time. We cannot answer all the questions, but you can still actually discuss with Professor Hasibuan maybe after this session. Okay, for all honorable speaker, all the great panelists, all participants, thank you for your participation. And actually, thank you again, Professor. Very nice talk. And one key I get from your presentation that data is a powerful weapon for us, actually, that we can use to achieve our goal by minimizing the error in making decision. Okay, thank you again, Professor, and thank you for all, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, and Dr. Panca, time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Santi. Thank you, Al Mukarram, Kiai Haji Profesor Wisnu Jatmiko. Ya, thank you, Rektor Unhan, Pak Kris, ya sahabat-sahabat saya di Fasilkom UI, ya Panca. Sehat semuanya ya. Mudah-mudahan bermanfaat apa yang kita udah kerjakan ini. Wassalamualaikum
Amin.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Zainal, for the enlightening presentation. You can all feel the energy. Always, every time Prof. Zainal speaks, there's a lot of energy.
Your study, Panca. Stuff that I present is your study.
Yeah, but a lot of things moved on after that. A lot of takeaways, and among them is the how to get meaningful insights through the end-to-end methodology, and I think that's a novel idea, and everyone can read the methodology in the proceeding, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you also to Dr. Santi for the fruitful discussion, and it's time to move on to the next speaker. The third speaker will be introduced by and also moderated by Dr. Setiadi Yazid from the Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Indonesia, who also heads our Center for Cybersecurity and Cryptography. So, Dr. Setiadi Yazid, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pak Panca. Okay, first, welcome to Dr. Amrul Octavian. Allow me a few minutes to introduce you to the audience. Just a second. Yeah, Dr. Amrul Octavian is graduated from Naval Academy in 1988 and assigned on-board destroyer and frigates until 2002. He commanded KRI Ciptadi, the ship, in 2003 and KRI Carl Satubun in 2006. He was also assigned as a commander of 2nd Division Escorta Squadron and commander of Missile Fast Attack Craft Squadron, Eastern Fleet Command in 2007. He has a lot of trainings. He has completed job training on board French helicopter carrier Jeanne d'Arc in 1991-92. He was specialized on anti-submarine warfare course in 1993. He attended Royal Australian Navy Maritime Studies period in 95 and Good Governance and Conflict Training course in Den Haag in 2002. And he finished Naval Command and Staff College in 2003 and College Interarmy de Defense in France in 2006. He is also an alumni of Combined Force Maritime Component Commander Flag Officer course in 2014 and Transnational Security Cooperation course in 2017. Both were in Hawaii. At sea, he has been Commander, Center for Maritime Operation Training, Eastern Fleet Training Command in 2003, Commander of Sangatta Naval Base in 2004, and aide-de-camp to the 6th President of Indonesia in 2009 to 2012. After promotion to the flag rank, he had been the Commander Sea Battle Group Western Fleet Command in 2015, Chief of Staff Western Fleet Command 2014, and Commander Naval Staff and Command College in 2018 prior to his current position. In the education field, he has also a lot of track. He is the Associate Professor and Researcher on Maritime Security, Military Sociology, and Naval Strategy. He is also a lecturer for Indonesian Air Force Staff and Command College, Indonesia Joint Staff and Command College, and in UI. He was a visiting professor for Naval Postgraduate School in 2006 Japan National Defense Academy in 2017. And then also in Romania National Defense University, Karolai, 2017. And then in China, People Liberation Army National Defense University in 2018. He held a bachelor degree from Indonesian Naval Technology College in San Juan, MSc degree from University Paris II Pantheon Assas in 2006, and doctorate degree on military sociology from Indonesian University in 2013. He was awarded 7 stars and 11 medals of honor. He also an author for several articles, books, and some journals. Okay, welcome to IWBIS, Dr. Amar Octavian. I think you still have about 40 minutes to present your talk, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stiadi Yazid. And I would like to share my presentation first. Okay. Good afternoon, a very late afternoon. First of all, I would like to greet our speakers as well as Dr. Hamzaria, Professor Zainal Hasibuan, and also Mr. Beno Pradekso. My thank you also goes to Professor Wisnu Chatmiko for this our joint study. So, Professor Wisnu, allow me to present our study. Dear all participants, thank you very much for the opportunity you have given me, and it is an honor for me to be able to share some experience with all of you in this event. Here is the overall topic of discussion today. As you can see in this picture, we are designing an integrated system for Indonesian coastal surveillance. We utilize UAV usage and any autonomous intelligent agent in our system. As you can see in the picture, our topic focuses on how we use the big data in the base station to support our surveillance system. Because this workshop is related to big data and information security, we try to highlight the importance of big data infrastructure for the Indonesia defense system, especially for coastal surveillance. In short, we will discuss here is about an integrated system we designed to optimize the coastal surveillance by utilizing big data technology. We will discuss how our system can detect object, track suspicious object, traffic management, or even detect some anomaly in coastal areas. Unfortunately, we are very sorry if we cannot explain some technical aspect of our system with all due respect because of some national security consideration. We will try to describe our system as clear as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may notice, Indonesia is an archipelago country. There are more than 17,000 islands in Indonesia, and where the total Indonesia coastline is about 108,000 kilometers. As a country located between two continents, Asia and Australia, two oceans, India and Pacific. Based on 1982 United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, Indonesia has a total land area of 9.9 million kilometers square and 6.4 million kilometers square of total water area, which consists of 0.29 million kilometer square of territorial sea, 3.11 million and 3 million kilometer square of exclusive economic zone. Indonesian waters are adjacent to 10 countries, namely Australia, Timor-Leste, Papua New Guinea, Palau, the Philippines, Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, Singapore, and India. According to the Indonesian geographical fact, it is very challenging to guard the coastal area of Indonesia. An intelligence system is required to protect this big country effectively. There are many aspects in maintaining the security and safety of the Indonesia coastal area. Still, I would like to focus my discussion on coastal surveillance mechanism because of my presentation time limitation. An effective coastal surveillance mechanism is the main key we need to ensure the Indonesian coastal area security. After the enactment of UNCLOS, Indonesia is acknowledged as an archipelagic with sovereign right to explore, exploit, manage, and conserve living and non-living marine resources in its territorial waters. On the other hand, Indonesia must also be responsible to protect and preserve the marine environment, respect the right of peaceful passage of foreign ships in its territorial water, perform custom, fiscal, immigration, and sanitary control in the auxiliary zone regime, respect the right of passage in transit, distress information system, maintain the safety of navigation, including responding to ship accident, grant access right to other states, enforce the law, eradicate piracy, narcotic trafficking, and the slave trade, prevent, control, and enforce the law against marine pollution, carry out international cooperation in the marine sector, and of course, protect valuable objects at sea. The complex and dynamic situation and condition at sea require Indonesia to effectively and efficiently manage various maritime information for all stakeholders and law enforcement authorities at sea. This is another figure that illustrates the overall design of our surveillance system. As you can see, our system core aspect is located in the base station, where we integrate big data system and technology for further processing. Of course, our system's physical server does not need to be located in the base station. We point the base station with a blue arrow as our integrated big data module solely to simplify our design. We want to emphasize that our system is an integrated system where we utilize the UAV or drone users to support the surveillance mission. We use 3D equipment like long-range camera, radar, and some computational tool to observe the coastal area in our design. Meanwhile, our system key point lies in drone users, where they can dynamically move towards a specific target. All these agents work as a team by utilizing the big data system in the base station. We design and integrated big data as the core of our system. After observing our grand design, now let's take a look at the part of our system. The key part of our system design lies on the uses of UAV or drone. UAV is currently able to perform various tasks more efficiently and effectively compared to other means, from surveillance, reconnaissance, to engagement. UAV possess very strategic value for Indonesia defense, especially maritime security. Some of its main advantages are the ability to be controlled remotely, be equipped with various payloads, and function during the day and the night. In addition, the use of UAV in engagement activities is also able to minimize the number of casualties. Academics play important role to fill UAV research gap, especially regarding its functionality in monitoring Indonesian territorial water. As you can observe, drone technology advance development bring many sophisticated use toward it, especially for a coastal surveillance mission. Drone also minimize the number of casualties when the mission is carried out related to military mission. In our grand design, we developed the usage of drone to track a suspicious object. The usage of drone can optimize the surveillance mission because they can dynamically change their position according to their target movement. We want to highlight that the drone technology in our design is autonomous drone that can move intelligently without needing continuous input command from a human. The next part of the system is automatic identification system. It is an automated tracking system used on ship and ship tracking services to identify and locate ships by electronically exchanging data with other nearby ships, BTS, IS, and satellite. We utilize its usage because ICE information complement marine radar, which continues to be the primary method of collision avoidance for water transportation. Information provided by IS equipment, such as unique identification, position, direction, and speed, can be displayed on the screen or LCDs. IS is intended to assist vessel watchdog officer and enable maritime authorities to track and monitor vessel movement. The first figure in this slide shows you an ICE looks. Meanwhile, the second figure illustrates how ICE works. ICE integrated a standard VHF transceiver with a positioning system, such as a GPS or Lorentz receiver, with other electronic navigator sensor, such as a gyro compass or turn level indicator. Next, we talk about coastal radar. This figure show you what kind of radar does Indonesia have. As you may know, radar is equipment to detect any object around it. With total coastline more than 100,000 kilometers, it is not easy for Indonesia to monitor illegal activities, maritime accident, and marine pollution. Operating radar system will enable the Patrol and Coast Guard to detect and solve various maritime issues swiftly. A radar system is deemed vital in monitoring sea and air traffic condition in order to reduce accident in the transportation sector. By operating the radar, the Patrol and Coast Guard can observe any illegal action, accident, or even marine pollution. In our system design, the data retrieved by the radar will be stored and processed in our big data system. The results are used for further processing by other agents, for example, drone consideration to check an area. Another technology we use is long-range camera. This camera is used to enable our system to observe an object visually. It is able to display the object image, which is captured by GRS and ISBTS for surveillance purposes. LRC plays important role in supporting the identification process of object detected by CRS so that the supervisor officer will be able to identify the object. One of these equipment significant uses is to ensure or clarify the object detected by radar. Because our system score is an integrated big data system, when a radar stores data to base station, it can trigger any long-range camera to observe. When our system analyzes that the object may endanger coastal security, our system might send a combat drone to handle the object properly. The next technology in our system is an object tracker. Beside drone, we might use some ship to handle a suspicious object if necessary in some circumstances. In our system design, we utilize an intelligent ship that can automatically move to a specific target. We design the system for minimizing human casualties when facing a potential threat. By developing smart ship technology that can move automatically, it is possible to build ship equipment to move autonomously to pursue suspicious objects. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the key points in our system is human involvement. We understand that technology is getting more sophisticated each day, but we also acknowledge the importance of human role in a system. Thus, even we design an autonomous integrated system, we also utilize the human involvement in the base station. To ensure all of our equipment is always in a good performance, we provide some professional officers to check all our tools. All those will train officer always check out any suspicious data regularly to maintain the coastal area security. By doing so, we combine the intelligence system equipment with some experienced officers to produce a high quality assessment of the current coastal situation. In general, by implementing our design, we analyze that we can minimize the accident at sea when we can provide a real-time and reliable data center that can be accessed by other ships around a base station. By doing so, every ship can take a safe path during its movement. Thus, accidents among them can be minimized. The other benefit is our system design can prevent coastal security breaches efficiently because we utilize the uses of drone technology. Using this technology, after some ground equipment detect a suspicious object, our integrated system can use the drone to handle the object properly. If the object is dangerous, the drone may strike it immediately. Now let's take a look deeper into the computer science aspect of our work. Until today, there are many publications we have made related to algorithm we have developed to support our system design. Here, I want to briefly describe that kind of achievement we have made from the computer science point of view. The first aspect is the object tracking algorithm. To track a suspicious object intelligently, of course, our intelligent agent should track its target position autonomously. Thus, they need a tracking algorithm. As you can see, the red boxes indicate the object is being tracked. Please note that the tracking is conducted autonomously. By developing this algorithm, we can ensure that a specific object surveillance mission can be performed autonomously. The next algorithm we have developed is the path planning and obstacle avoidance algorithm. We have published various papers related to path planning and obstacle avoidance. By implementing our algorithm, an autonomous agent can construct a path from a point to a target, and in its movement, it can avoid any obstacle in its way. As you can see in this picture, the green line indicates the path produced by an autonomous agent when it wants to move in a specific direction. By doing so, intelligent agent in our system can intelligently move from a location to a target dynamically. This slide shows our developed algorithm experiment for finding a path toward a target while avoiding some obstacle. These pictures are taken from our simulation environment. we try to implement our algorithm in a red wing object. As you can see in the right picture, our agent will autonomously check it surrounding to find the best way to avoid an obstacle. After avoiding an obstacle, our agent can intelligently move to a target as soon on left and center images. As you can see here, our algorithm can handle a difficult obstacle. The next part of our computer science aspect is multiple drone coordination algorithm. We have developed a swarm drone algorithm where each drone can communicate with each other to construct an effective group maneuver or formation when performing a mission. As you can see, a group of drones is conducting a formational movement. The rightmost picture in the slide represents drone physics in our simulation environment. In this slide, we would like to show you our research progress toward multiple drone coordination algorithm. We developed various defending maneuver strategies conducted by multiple defender drones when protecting an area from multiple intruder drones. We test our algorithm performance in a 3-dimensional simulation environment. As you can see in this video, our defender drone are illustrated using blue dot. Meanwhile, the intruder drone are represented by using black dot. All movement in this video is conducted autonomously without human intervention. As you can observe, our defending algorithm can handle any suspicious threatening object. In the video, the pink circle. In this video, the pink circle represents the area being guarded by our algorithm. Our drone can shoot any intruder drone in this simulation when the intruder is relatively near to our defender drone. Our algorithm shown in this video have been published in various Key1 paper journals. Besides the defender algorithm, we have also developed an attacking algorithm for multiple attacker drone. We analyzed that sometimes we need to strike an area first because the area might be our enemy base. Developing an attacking algorithm is required. In this video, our algorithm is implemented in the attacker drone, which have a blue dot. Meanwhile, the enemy defender drones are symbolized with yellow dot. As you can observe, our coordination algorithm can autonomously find the possible path to strike an area. Our attacker drone can coordinate with each other to find the open pathway to their target. As you can see, the blue drone can achieve their core target, which is the 3-color circle. Because this video is only a representation of all real-world conditions, the manifestation of the 3-color circle might be anything, such as a ship, a tower, or even a building. According to this and the previous videos, we can state that now we are developing a good defending and attacking drone coordination algorithm that perform well for defending and attacking mission. Suppose we dive deeper into the big data aspect in maritime. In that case, we can see that there are many aspects of big maritime data that we need to consider when designing intelligent coastal surveillance system. We would like to highlight the volume aspect in our data in this slide when designing our proposed system. According to the Indonesian National Oceanographic Data Center, we need to analyze an abundance of data before taking action toward a circumstance. As you can observe here, we need to process water quality, waves, ocean depth, temperature, location of many ships, and many other data. Because Indonesia a big archipelagic country, the volume of this data must be extraordinary. We need to design intelligent coastal surveillance system that can adapt to any change of data efficiently to respond to any possible threat. To give you a more realistic look at how, at how much data we need to process in this system, please look at one of the Indonesia Strait, the Sunda Strait. This strait is located between Sumatra Island and Java Island. As you can see from the picture, the traffic around this area is relatively heavy. Because of this condition, the chain of ship data retrieved by the coastal big data system must be enormous. We need to record historical ship condition and trajectories, then control their traffic to avoid ship accident. The huge amount of data retrieved by our base station should be processed instantly as time series big data. Thus, we need to design a well-performing intelligent big data processing system. If we zoom out to the Indonesia Ocean area, you can see how heavy Indonesian maritime traffic is. Can you imagine the high velocity data that came to our system? Yes, because many data come to our system at a time, the high perform big data is required for Indonesia to conduct surveillance activities. As you can see from the left boxes, there are many ships condition parameter we need to evaluate each time, like the ship location, speed, trajectory, communication audio, engine, thruster status, and many other parameters. We need to consider all these parameters as quickly as possible to conduct the best action at a time. According to this fact, big data for conducting surveillance activity is necessary for maintaining Indonesia maritime safety. So, in short, we can say that we need many sophisticated tools to collect and retrieve data for their surrounding, like ACE, long-range camera, and radar. These various tools are needed to gather various informative data. After various sensors retrieve the data, the most crucial aspect is processing the big data system. All the retrieved data is processed computationally. Then the result is analyzed by intelligent agent or even professional officer. The analysis result can be used as an input parameter for our autonomous agent, as shown in the above picture, or even analyzed by policymaker to take a necessary command to Indonesian Navy or Coast Guard. As you can see from this slide, there are many possible uses of the result. According to our experience, we realize the importance of reliable big data for the coastal surveillance system. Based on our analysis, many intelligence systems depend on reliable big data infrastructure. We encourage the development of big data system and technology because many benefit from it can be used for Indonesia prosperity. Despite the various benefits that big data has for maritime defense system development in Indonesia, several aspects need to be considered to optimize the use of big data in this field. In general, there are 6 many challenges to optimize big data use for maritime surveillance system, including privacy issue, challenges related to the violation of personal data protection regulation for the sake of national security. Data monopoly, challenges related to the right of data processing provider. Government regulation, challenges related to policy that allow the development and limitation of processed data. Data processing algorithm, challenges related to intelligence system for decision making based on processed data. Technology for data responding, challenges related to supporting technology for appropriate response according to incoming data. For instance, if an illegal vessel is detected, Will the technology to deal with the ship be sufficient? Personnel flexibility to work with the data. In general, if all existing challenges can be overcome, big data sector development will produce an integrated, reliable, and beneficial system for Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, as a conclusion, we want to emphasize that big data technology is a technology that provides many benefits, especially for the development of maritime defense system. In this discussion, we try to describe various integrated technology of big data that can be utilized to develop surveillance system in the maritime sector. The results show that there are various benefits from big data application for maritime defense system. Nevertheless, there are various challenges still need to be resolved in order to optimize the use of big data for Indonesia maritime defense system. When these challenges have been resolved, we argue that Indonesia defense system will be more advanced through the optimization of big data implementation. I thank you.
Thank you, Admiral. It's very interesting topics, huge problem, yet it's very, very important for our country. Okay, we have about half an hour. I think we have a lot of questions. This is a lot of discussion here. I'll start with the first one. I think this is from your students, Fitrianto Ali Ngimron. He mentioned that the material about UAV is very interesting. The Azerbaijan war opened our eyes to the important role of UAV technology. What do you think about the future development of UAV in Indonesia when it is linked to interoperability between the existing armies in Indonesia? I think armies means angkatan here, I think.
Thank you very much for the question. This is a very interesting question that we could develop to the answer. First, the utilization UAV in the future for the military mission. According to the basic function of UAV, that can replace the jet fighter squadron. So I think this is a good opportunity for UAV and also the Air Force to establish the new squadron of the UAV. Maybe we could establish this squadron more efficient and also, I believe, is cheaper. And of course, the function of this UAV, not just only to conduct the military mission solely, but it is very important also to design that this UAV squadron could take the interoperability with the ships, the warship, and also the forces at the ground. So I think this is a good opportunity for Indonesian defense, Indonesian armed forces to conduct the new concept of modern warfare as the backbone of modern warfare. UAV squadron could conduct the military mission solely and as well as the in a group of this UAV squadron. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on. The second question is about the challenges faced by the government. Maybe I want to add something on it. I know that there's Bakamla, our coastal guard. There is the sea police or Polisi Air, and then also the Navy. This is, I think, one of the challenges, how we coordinate among those government bodies. And the question from the chat box is, but similar. What are the challenges and obstacles faced by the TNI or government in monitoring the Indonesian coast in the form of islands? So this is more physical, but I want to add something about the management of the defense. Your time.
Thank you, Mr. Setiadi. First, I would like to say that Bakamla take the function as the Coast Guard. And based on the international regulation, the function of Coast Guard is totally different with the police water. The police water is just only the authorities until 12 nautical miles. It means only until territorial water. But Bakamla, as the Coast Guard institution and also Indonesian Navy, could take the function until continent shelf, up to 350 nautical miles, but also could take the jurisdiction, take the power until high seas. So I think this is a very important right now to consider how to enforce the institution of Bakamla to be the real Coast Guard in Indonesia. As we know as well that in Indonesia right now, there are so many stakeholders who have the law enforcement authorities at sea. We could see that there is the Ministry of Fishery and Ocean, also Immigration, Custom, and Police Water as well. But you can imagine that right now, the threat in the at sea is very complicated. So it means that we must collaborate more deep, and maybe there are the opportunity to blend all of the stakeholders into one institution. For example, right now, if we could see the task of the government vessel from the custom, they consider and focus only how to tackle the smuggler. So if they see the illegal activities from the fishery, they don't care until right now because they believe that this is beyond their jurisdiction. So I think we must consider how right now to blend of this institution into one single agency, but multitask. Because right now the situation is there are so many institutions. This is multi-agency, but single task. It means that they are authorities to law enforcement at sea. So the challenges for Indonesian armed forces and also another stakeholder in Indonesia is how to bring on the table the big consider about commitment. Not just only the hardware or maybe software, but it is very important right now to invite all of the stakeholders in Indonesia, sit together and work properly in one commitment. In Indonesia, it is very unique because if there are so many stakeholders who have authorities at sea, we saw this position is from the negative perspective. We don't see from the positive perspective. As I know, comparing with the situation in many countries, such as in United States even, or some countries in Europe, or maybe Japan, and also India, they have still overlapping jurisdiction on the regulation, but they still look from the positive perspective. So they don't mention anything about this overlapping jurisdiction, because the most important thing is how this institution could solve or to tackle the threat at sea, the crimes at sea. So this is just like the Mao says in China, no matter the color of cat, black or white, but the most important is the cat could catch the mouse. Thank you.
Very good. That's a very good analogy. Yes, I understand this is not an easy task to build the national awareness among us even. But okay, now I think this question also want to go deeper in the physical aspect, because it's asking about the many islands we have. So I understand that we have the archipelagic sea lanes and with so many ships going on, and then the so many islands, so many places to hide from the radar and from the detection. So how do you see this as a challenge? How strong do we in our borders? Are there holes, or are we strong enough there, or what need to be improved? I think.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Setiadi. So maybe I could elaborate from our paradigm in the Indonesian Navy. The strength of our weakness. Okay. So this is the good analogy to describe our position. We have so many islands. We have a very long coastline. But until right now, we have a problem in our management, how to blend all of these institutions into one single agency. As I mentioned before, that this is the question of management. So if we could resolve the problem, how to manage, and maybe we could consider the possibility to create the omnibus law for all stakeholders who have the authorities to law enforcement at sea. So I do believe that the omnibus law for the maritime security aspect in Indonesia is also very important. This omnibus law in the maritime security sector is also needed to cooperate with another agency internationally. For example, right now, we do have the cooperation between Navy to Navy, Coast Guard to Coast Guard, but we need right now to consider cooperation between Navy Coast Guard and also Navy Coast Guard and Air Force. So this is a good opportunity for Indonesian Navy, Indonesian Air Force, and Indonesian Coast Guard to be the leader conducting the law enforcement at sea in the Southeast Asian waters. So the problem, for example, in South China Sea, maybe we could resolve when we could enforce or enhance our cooperation with Vietnam Coast Guard, Vietnam Navy, and some official authorities at sea in this region. So we could collaborate more with our Navy in this region under the ASEAN Political Security Community Framework. Since 2015, we see that the ASEAN Community 2015 has already established how to solve the problem regionally and internationally based our cooperation between our member state country of the ASEAN. So I believe that if we could optimize all of the regulation under the ASEAN Political Security Community, so we could solve what is the best practice from the Indonesian Navy and Coast Guard and other stakeholders to engage more internally and externally. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral. Very good. I think this is a huge problem, not just technical, but also the political, diplomatics, and all the above. Okay, I think we have want to move on to more technical stuff. Saying something that I think is a quick answer. Among the three archipelagic sea lanes, which one should be protected first? Are there anyone that's very vulnerable or very critical?
Okay, thank you very much. This is the technical aspect, how to concentrate our power, our effort, our asset. Based on our experience at sea, so the first sea lane in from the Natuna Sea until Sunda Strait is a very heavy traffic, because it is connected with the Malacca Strait. As we know as well that Malacca Strait right now is one of the most important choke point in the world. We could consider that there are 9 choke points in the world, and there are 4 choke points in the Indonesian waters. First is Malacca Strait, the second is Sunda Strait, the third is Lombok Strait, and the fourth is Ombai Strait. Until right now, we have already managed the International Maritime Organization regulation to manage the security in Malacca Strait, Sunda Strait, and Lombok Strait. Since 1998 until 2008, Indonesia, together with Malaysia and Singapore, has already resolved to implement the traffic separation scheme in Malacca Strait. So this is very important to answer the international community how these 3 coastal states work together to secure the Malacca Strait. But of course, another monumental achievement from Indonesia is the implementation of the traffic of scheme in Sunda Strait and Lombok Strait. So we believe that all of the effort right now is very needed to focus on Malacca Strait, Sunda Strait, and Lombok Strait. So I think from the first sea lane and the second sea lane. But it is also very important to still maintain the alertness in the third sea lane. But of course, right now, the possibility for Indonesian government to move up the status of Malacca Strait, Sunda Strait, and Lombok Strait from the voluntary pilotage to the compulsory pilotage, and that we could take the services from this pilotage from Malacca Strait, Sunda Strait, and Lombok Strait as the big portion of our APBN. So I think it is very important right now for Indonesian Navy and also another stakeholder in Indonesia to concentrate in the first sea lane and the second sea lane. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will combine several technical questions now. First is about the trash, the garbage. Who take care of the garbage from the ship? And then second is about the possibility of cyber attack, and also the UHF frequency attack. So that will take over our drones. And then one more thing is the C5 ISR. How can we use the C5 ISR to protect our center?
Thank you very much for the question. First, about the pollution or the garbage. So this is also our consider to conduct the new concept of this big data and also our drone algorithm. As I mentioned before, that this drone squadron, not just only to survey, to conduct the surveillance, but it is also to conduct some legal aspect. So right now, Indonesian government, based on Indonesian Navy initiative, we promote and propose the new concept on the legal aspect. How to establish or implement the possibility conducting the UFE as the legal instrument for this kind of crimes at sea. As we know as well that the International Maritime Organization consider that the pollution or IWBIS right now is one of the heavy violence to the marine ecosystem. So it's mean that very important right now for Indonesian government to ensure that all of the ships transit in Indonesian waters must respect for the Indonesian regulation to anticipate this kind of pollution. Of course, the international regulation state that the garbage of the ships must be kept on board the ship until they berth in the port. So after that, the authorities of the port will take the garbage in the ship into the garbage management in the harbor. So this is the mechanism how to manage the garbage. But the most crucial is when the ships will what we call will pollute the waters by their oil spill. So we need the UFE and also the system could detect the oil surface in the water. So if we could detect the oil surface in the water, so we could determine which ships has already violated the law. So it's been very crucial right now to implement this big data concept in the maritime security sector. Cyber attack and UHF attack is also very important right now to anticipate with our cryptography mechanism. So based on the system, electronically, we must consider what is the best key to protect the UFE and also the channel of communication. So this is the cryptography will take the important role how to protect this kind of mechanism. Of course, C5ISR is also the backbone of our system. C5ISR is based on our secure communication. And after that, we could maximize the possibility to connect with all of the stakeholders and platform. So I think this is the question on how we could create the autonomous cryptographer for this system. And based on our experience, this is also the possibility for Indonesian government to create the cryptographer autonomously to conduct the anti-jam and also to conduct the re-anti-jam for this electronic threat. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have a few minutes left. I want to just pick one question that might be good to be a closing question. What's the danger or the negative impact if we don't implement this research or this big data thing?
Thank you. So I think this question is very important for the next future. very close future. I think with our expert from the academician and also from the professional in Indonesia could support the need for maritime security. So I think the consequences is bigger than our risk if we could not implement this big data, big maritime data technologies. Until right now, we have already a big, what we call the big problem, how to handle this all of information came from various source. So with these difficulties, we cannot make some what we call the priority algorithm. What is the most important parameter that we must take action? So technically, I do hope that the Indonesian government, Indonesian Navy, could implement this kind of big maritime data and artificial intelligence in the maritime security sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral. We have a big job in front of us, very challenging, but I believe it's very useful for our country, so it's worth to sacrifice on it. So thank you very much. I think it's we have about 4 minutes. Yeah. Any closing statement from Admiral? From you, Admiral, maybe? Is it enough, or you want any closing statement?
Yeah, yes, I would like to add some more, Mr. Setiadi. I do believe that this kind of international conference and international workshop could give the bright idea for me, especially, and also the lecturer, professor, and the student of the Indonesia Defense University. I believe this conference and workshop could give the new theme and new topic for the next research in Indonesia Defense University. And I do hope that we could establish the cooperation more deep with computer science faculties in the University of Indonesia and also another stakeholder as well. So as the closing statement, I would like once again to thank all of the committee and also the University of Indonesia and especially the Faculty of Computer Science. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think with this, we can close this session. For the students, we do have a lot of topics. We are not lacking any topics. You can do a lot of PhDs in this topic area. And for sure, it will not be wasted. It will be very useful for us, for our country, and to build our nations. Yeah. With this, I would like to thank you again, Admiral, for the answers and for the presentations, and also for the audience that already gave us a lot of insight questions. And I would like to return the time to our MC. Mr. Pancha, the floor is yours again.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Setiadi, for the facilitating great discussion. And thank you for Admiral Amarullah Octavian for the insightful presentation, not only on the use case of big data in context of national defense and national security, but also overcoming challenges in managing such innovation. So once again, I would like to thank all the keynote speakers for this session, Dr. Hamam Riza, Professor Zainal Hasibuan, Admiral Amarullah Octavian, and also thanks to all moderators for the fruitful discussion, and also for the audience. Thanks for joining us in this keynote session. We hope that you get lots of good insight in this keynote talk session and how big data can be used in innovative ways, ranging from handling how ravaging virus such as COVID-19 to safeguarding our national security via smart devices such as the UAV. So we'll take a short break. We'll be back for the keynote talk session 4 with Mr. Beno Pradekso, CEO of Solusi 247, as our final keynote speaker. And I believe he will take in this same webinar room. So please stick around. I'll see you by in an hour at 6:30 p.m. GMT +7 Jakarta time. So,
Mas Panca, Mas Dr. Panca, please inform.
Yes, Prof.
Also inform about we still have a closing ceremony, award
Yes.
ceremony. Okay, so after the last plenary, around 7:30 p.m.
7:30.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, we still do have a closing ceremony right after the final keynote session at 7:30 p.m. It will take place in the same webinar room. So you would like to take a break, you might want to leave the Zoom webinar on. So that's it. That wraps up the whole keynote session this afternoon. So I'll see you soon in an hour. Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Okay,
especially
thank you,
to
Panca.
Ayahanda, Prof. Ucok,
Thank you,
Pak
Profesor
Rektor lagi.
Al-Mukarram. Luar biasa ini.
In English, Pak. Ayahanda ini, please express in English.
Jadi sholatnya disambi-sambi ini ya. Mas Seth, ini ya videonya yang dimatiin dong. Waduh, Mas Seth ini. Mas Seth. Nah, gitu dong. Gimana kabar Pak Ami?
Baik.
Udah kecil suaranya. Semenjak saya tinggalkan Fasilkom tambah awet aja nih.
Oh gitu.
Rekamannya di post ya.
Beno?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I think the audience, the participants have all joined in. Okay. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A very good evening to you all. I hope you had a good break. Welcome back to the 5th International Workshop on Big Data and Information Security. I'm your host, Pancha Hariputra. Special welcome to our final keynote speaker of IWBIS in this session, Pak Beno Pradekso, CEO of Solusi 247. And also welcome back to all participants. Thank you for joining this session. This is Keynote Talk Session 4. Now, last but not least, but we save the best for the last, they say. Our final keynote speaker will be introduced and moderated by Dr. Kurnianingsih, the Vice Chair of IEEE Indonesia Section. So without further ado, please welcome Dr. Nia.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Pancha. Hello, everyone. I'm Kurnianingsih, the Vice Chair of IEEE Indonesia Sections. Thank you for joining us today. I would like to moderate the fourth keynote talk on International Workshop on Big Data and Information Security that will be delivered by Mr. Beno Kunto Pradekso. First, I would like to introduce Mr. Beno. He was born in Semarang, Central Java, in 1967. He is an entrepreneur, solution architect, and big data evangelist. He obtained a bachelor and master degree from Electrical Engineering TU Delft. Currently, he is the CEO of Solusi 247 and Labs 247. His company building national products in the field of software, big data, AI, IoT, and also hardware in big data server and AI, national radar, coastal surveillance, weather, ground penetrating, and over the horizon, ICE and SAR. Okay, participants can write questions in the Q&A box during these sessions. Okay, Mr. Beno, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, can you see my screen, the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon to Professor Wisnu Jatmiko and Dr. Nia Kurnianingsih and the distinguished speakers, Dr. Hamam Riza, Professor Zainal Hasibuan, and Vice Admiral of Indonesia National Armed Forces, Rector of Defense University, Mr. Amarullah Octavian. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I feel honored to be here today, and thank you for having me into this event. My name is Beno Kunto Pradekso, and I'm the CEO of Solusi 247. I'm an entrepreneur, and previously I was a field and support engineer. And today I will present how we can support the national AI strategy implementation in Indonesia, which the government has just launched last August as Seranas KA. We have done some parts needed in AI implementation, especially in the data collection process, data enrichments and analysis, and also talent developments, which I will explain in this presentation. This presentation will last approximately 40 minutes, and I have divided it into following sections. First, I will briefly introduce our company, and then I will discuss a bit about Seranas KA and its example in the maritime area, where several sensors and applications for obtaining data will be discussed. And next, we will see AI workflow implementation efforts and several tools built to support this. Then we will talk about building talent for artificial intelligence. And finally, this presentation concludes with some conclusion points. So I will start with introducing Solusi 247 briefly. Our company was formed in year 2000, and currently we have more than 370 staff, of which 80% are system engineers. And 20% of those engineers are directly involved in research and product development. We have 4 brands, including Solusi 247, which acts as a system integrator. Then we have Labs 247, which does research and product development. And then Insights 247 specialized in AI implementation. And lastly, Data Learns 247, which handles knowledge management, training, certification, and also collaborations. Next, I will show you the milestone of our company in regards with big data and big data analytics. In the year 2000, our highly valued customers were telco operators, and we specialize in their extensive data processing. We relied heavily on database engine and its mechanism to process data. But in 2003, with the rapid growth of data processing could no longer be done using a database engine. So we decided to use text file processing after doing some research and got almost 10 times speed up. And in 2009, we forced to use other architecture named Hadoop to process data as text file processing replacement, which no longer suited because, again, the rapid growth of data. And we launched visual development tools made by our engineers in Yogyakarta for MyPreduce in 2010, and we named it EdgeGrid 247. And then the first national big data conference and the launch of ID Big Data Community was held in Yogyakarta in 2014. And we launched a local Hadoop distribution outlet called Kiava 247 the year after. And lastly, in 2018, we started building EdgeGrid 247 for analytics based on traditional machine learning algorithm. And that's about actually 247 actually, and in short, and in regards to big data and big data analytics. Next is the quote from Henry Ford that says, if everyone moves forward together, success will take care of itself. The quote teaches us always to educate ourselves and all the stuff about anything, namely the new technology, new techniques, and work around to some problems and new algorithms and modules, and also ongoing research. We also try to involve everyone in several activities, including customers' projects, technology research, product development, as also business plannings. We also have company meeting at least once per 2 months to get inputs and critiques on current issues and plans. Next is our partners, especially universities and research institutions, and also community partners. So let's move to the next section, which is Sranas KA. And excuse me, if you look at this picture, it is taken from the OECD AI strategies. It says that until November 2019, Indonesia still planned to create a national strategy for artificial intelligence, which will be completed sometime in 2020. And the national strategy for AI, or Sranas KA, was already launched on the National Technology Awakening Day on last August 10 this year. But I will not go into further detail about Sranas KA, but you can download the documentation from their website, which is easy to find through Google search, for instance. But I will discuss more on the 3 essential aspects that we must have to implement AI successfully, which we can see in the next slide. So the 3 aspects are data, compute engine, and talent. We need all 3 of them to implement AI well, to complement other aspects, important aspects, such as regulations, ethics, and regulatory bodies, and also quick win priority projects. And as seen in the picture, we can collect data directly from sensors or devices. And besides that, we also have many data in the form of documents and other file formats. We can also get data from the application and the databases that we have. Data coming from sensors or devices are generally better, standardized, consistent, and easier to process. based on our existing experiences. But meanwhile, data that comes from applications is often more difficult if data governance is not in place. And likewise, we often see sectoral ego and other non-technical problems too. And to process data, of course, we will need a compute engine in the form of hardware, software, and also networking. We can always buy hardware and software from prominent principals, but that is not how everybody can do it, because this can be very expensive, not really affordable for everyone. And the other option is to use software that comes from the community, which is open source software. This can be very cost efficient comparing with the software coming from big principals. However, it will require knowledge and long learning efforts so that we can innovate on top of this open software to satisfy our needs and requirements, as well to provide adequate support services. And the following challenge is talent development. Well, remember the quote from Henry Ford: if we can do it together, then the potential for success will be immense. AI implementation requires talents in many fields besides data scientists, such as front-end developers and front-end designers, and system administrators, for instance, and also database administrators, business analysts, and so on. And therefore, we need to have many extensive training materials, experienced trainers, and real cases with real data. And in the following slide, I will give an example from the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, especially in the sensor and data collection area. Okay, this picture is taken from Pusdatin KKP with their consent, and this is actually talk about traceability. The Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries wants to know in detail, for instance, where fish were caught and with what tools, what kind of vessels, and the number of involved crew. And then where the fish were discharged, which location, the ports, and where they were processed further and quarantined before being sent to other places, for instance, to other countries. And what about the quality of the fish when it is being sold? Whether it is degraded from grade A to grade B or C or D, even D. And they also want to know if there is, for instance, licensing and permit issues and difficulties faced by fishers at sea, and weather prediction, and so on. So we need artificial intelligence here. For example, to analyze internal and external structured data combined with unstructured data taken from online media or social media also, and will be very important and very useful here, and can be instrumental. It can explain in more detail about a particular incident or implemented policies and the impact of it. So the next is, based on that reason, the ministry have designed their big data architecture, where data is retrieved from various data sources, including sensors, applications, and databases that they have. And the system will also get data from other government institutions related to marine affairs and fisheries. And the data will be stored in raw format, you can see in the picture, and also in the clean format and enriched format. They will also have aggregated and summarized data, and they will do descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive analysis, where the result will be made available in reports and dashboards, API, and also mobile applications, as you can see in the picture. And all stakeholders will consume the information, including the regulators, investors, and fishery business actors, and also public or fishermen. And the other example, still in the marine area, is NODC, or National Oceanic Data Center. The NODC has been using our big data software stack since last year, And regarding NODC, the Indonesian National Ocean Data Center was formed in 2018 to integrate marine data held by various institutions in Indonesia. But still, the biggest challenge is capturing and integrating existing data, while at the same time, we have to encourage the implementation of data governance if it is not been done, so that the quality and the consistency of the received data will be better guaranteed. Okay, so that's about Stranas KA and implementation plan examples. So let's move to the next section about sensors and applications that have been built by our engineers for maritime needs. The first device is AIS, and AIS stands for Automatic Identification System. The main problem for fishers is safety at sea, okay? While the government's main wish is traceability. They want to track all the vessels, whether they catch fish in the appropriate area or in the forbidden area, such as reservation area. IS with SART function can solve this. SART stands for Search and Rescue Transponder. And our engineers, with collaborating with Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Affairs in Wakatobi, we have designed and built IS with SART function. Normally, there are two separated devices that you have to purchase each. But now we have those two functionalities in one device. And the addition of Bluetooth can integrate the device with smartphones, where sophisticated application can be built. And examples are detailed distress message. Previously, using SART, you can only send standard SOS message, but now you can add detailed information, for instance, bad weather conditions or hit by a big vessel, for instance, and run out of gasoline, defective machine, and those messages can be defined easily. And you can also send fish catch data, store historical fish locations, calculate weather predictions, and many other useful functions. And also, to avoid data hacking, there is a small chance that ICE data can be hacked. And by adding a unique tamper-proof electronic tag ID, which is connected to ICE, we can send strong encrypted messages containing that ID and other important data. This way, we can identify ships, vessels, and its data precisely without fear of data manipulations. And next, I will show you our developed and built ICE film. Okay. So the ICE has already got approval from Ministry of Transportation, from BTKP. And the next sensor is coastal and marine radar that have been built by our engineers also. ICE is an active device that sends messages periodically. It contains static and dynamic data. But what about ships that are not equipped with ICE or intentionally deactivating the ICE, potentially with negative intentions such as illegal fishing? A coastal radar can solve this problem, and the radar can detect these vessels without any ICE data. And even though the radar range is limited by line of sight, its function as a complement to ICE is essential. With good height position, for instance, on top of a hill, the radar can reach up to more than 30 nautical miles, which is far enough for a coastal radar because it has the same range as ICE Class B. And the next sensor is weather radar. Collaborating with BMKG, we have made a non-polarimetric weather radar since 2016. And the prototype of this weather radar showed good scan results compared to weather radar owned by BPPT and also owned by BMKG. And we've got additional funds as well from the government to build an industrial level weather radar based on this prototype in less than 3 years to come. And at the same time, we have also already started building the full polarimetric weather radar. Well, there are many other sensors that need to be made locally, such as VDES or VHF data exchange system for free communication at sea with 200 kilobit per second bandwidth, where ICE only has 9.6 kilobit per second. And we also need ICE and VDES terrestrial receivers and satellites, and online fish scales to electronically weigh caught fish, and also integrated electronic logbook application integrated with ICE and VDES and etc. So by making our own equipment, we could do many things previously impossible, such as adding detailed distress information or combining several devices into one so that it can be more affordable. And the most important thing is that we have good standardized and consistent data to be processed with AI later on. So next I will talk about document management systems. It's a kind of application that have been built also by our engineers. And this document management system, or DMS, has capability to index various types of documents. It's almost 99 of them, and normally this DMS is essential for many organizations. And some other advanced features that are needed are OCR capabilities, optical character recognizer, and also document process workflows, flexible customizable forms to entry data, and text mining ability. And also they should give best scalability and availability, and also good performance at all at the affordable price. And we have built this Chantel document management system on top of our big data software stack since 2015. And it is now already equipped with collaboration features like Google Colab, and also document sharing capabilities like what you can find in Dropbox kind of application. And for the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, DMS can store and analyze various documents, including news, research journals, articles, licensing and permits, and it can also store, for instance, social media and online media and blog narratives obtained from internet using this DMS scrolling facility. So I will show you the media analytics, and the following this software is also built by our engineers on top of our big data and as an extension of DMS software or document management system. And with machine learning facilities available in our big data software stack, such as MLlib from Spark or Mahout or Madlib, we can analyze sentiment analysis, cluster analysis, geolocation, top person, influencers, and topic and media share, etc., as you can see in the list in the picture in the slide. So that's about locally developed sensors and application for marine that can capture and store data. So now I would like to take a look at compute engine as the second challenge. Before I elaborate further on the compute engine we want to have, we first look at what a data scientist wants and what do not want. They want to know model exploration, for instance, and reproducible experiments, and also model management. But they don't like, or they don't want to know about deep understanding of resource management system concepts, such as Yarn or Kubernetes. And they don't want to know about compute engine tuning, for instance. They just want everything work for them. Okay, so we will need software that can integrate its specialist needs into the same system so that it will be more efficient in managing and sharing and monitoring resources and processes. And for example, data scientists may also need access to raw data and need a sandbox to work with and to do data wrangling against pre-selected data sets. And likewise, data analysts also need access to machine learning tools, ETL tools, and also database explorer tools, etc. So let us move to the following slide. Okay. Suppose these overlapping needs can be met in an integrated environment. In that case, it will be beneficial for all, without having to go and move to another tool in a different environment, in a different set of servers. In fact, this can be done using Hadoop building blocks, and it is known as the Unified Machine Learning Platform. And based on our experience, the advantage of using Apache Hadoop is that this technology remains relevant to existing technological developments. For example, this technology supports various types of data ingestion modes, such as batch manner or micro-batch manner, and also near-time and real-time. This technology also supports, for instance, in disk and in-memory data processing, which is blazingly fast and supports various types of databases. By using Hadoop, we can implement software named Apache Submarine, which is an end-to-end machine learning platform to allow data scientists to create end-to-end machine learning workflows. So data scientists can finish each stage in machine learning models life cycle on Submarine, including data exploration, data pipeline creation, model training, serving, and also monitoring. And Submarine can also work with TensorFlow and notebooks such as Zeppelin and Jupyter. So now let's discuss distributed TensorFlow to do parallel experiments and distributed learning. The latest AI technology development today, especially using deep learning, uses massive data and takes long learning process. It is always thirsty for computing resources. And today, using GPU is mandatory. And even we can find easily multiple GPUs found and used in a single server configuration or span on several different servers. And distributed GPUs can be used for parallel experiments and distributed learnings, as shown in the figure, which applies data parallelism with different algorithms. And in short, actually, we can use community software, for instance, Hadoop and Submarine, to build end-to-end machine learning platform for AI. And also we can use multiple GPUs and CPUs and TensorFlow to do parallel experiments and distributed trainings. Now the question is, what about the hardware side? Let's move to the next slide. So this picture is taken from STH, named Deep Learning 11. And this hardware configuration uses 10 GPUs on a single server, single root. And each GPU has more than 3,500 CUDA cores. So in total, it has more than 35,000 CUDA cores for only 16,000 US dollars. Quite affordable, I think. And the scalability of this system is quite good, as shown in the graph, approaching linear scaling at a relatively affordable price, as I mentioned before. And we can use this server as node server in the Hadoop farm. You can see at the right side in the picture, and serving AI jobs. And if we need more GPU performance, we can add more nodes of this kind. Okay. And in the following slide, we will see some of our innovative products currently being used by largest telco operators in Indonesia, and also largest private banks, and also government institutions, including defense. And Java 247 is a compilation of Apache Vanilla Hadoop, which is integrated with several additional locally made tools, visual development tools, as we call it, EdgeGrid 247 for data engineering, and we also have EdgeGrid 247 for analytics, and also Chantel document management systems and media analytics as extension of Chantel. And Java Hadoop is a big data platform with a distributed file system and resource management system that is highly scalable, practically unlimited, 2,000 integrated servers in a clustered configuration. And our engineers always innovate this software continuously, and the last result of the innovation and the development is the implementation of object storage, namely Apache Ozone and Minio. And they also get Java Hadoop on cloud. So Java Hadoop is also cloud ready, which means that our customers can use or choose existing cloud services to use Java 247 Big Data Software Stack and its applications. And also we have built visual development tools, EdgeGrid 247 for data engineering, which automatically will generate codes for MapReduce framework, MapReduce 1 and MapReduce 2, and also Spark, Storm, Test, Hive, and Flink. So this is actually the only tool in the world that can do such a thing. And we also develop visual development tool for analytics, and it's called EdgeGrid 247 for analytics. And we can see again as a film for this. Okay. So I hope that will give you a better illustration about the visual development tools that made by our engineers. And regarding Ozone and Submarine, we are still integrating Submarine into Java Hadoop, Java 247, combined with Zeppelin and Jupyter. And it is still work in progress. And for Apache Submarine, it is actually already up and running, but it is still in the initial stage and requires many tests before we can declare it as end-to-end machine learning workflow available in our Hadoop Java 247. And development of special application or tool for data wrangling based on EdgeGrid 247 data engineering is also started. and we expect to complete the development by fourth quarter of next year. And we also plan to build a visual development tool for deep learning using TensorFlow, and will be integrated with Submarine. Now let's move to the last challenge, which is talent development. For us, talent is simply the most important assets, and we need to educate and train them and get them in real projects, supervised with experienced engineers. Then we need to keep them as long as possible around, because if they are becoming expert, potentially they will move to a better company. And to make them highly productive in their time during staying with us in the company. And you can see in the slide, we need suitable training materials and experienced skilled trainers to provide best trainings for AI talents. And with this pandemic situation, training can be carried out online, remotely, with video recordings or as well as interactive. This can be easier to do than previously, but there are things that should be done on site, such as internships for students and on-the-job trainings for workers and for the new recruits. The job role shown in the right side of the picture is actually taken from Stranas KA document, and clearly seen that the government has already identified other expertise needs for AI. Excuse me. In general, we have planned and developed training material in the areas of infrastructure and data engineering, data analytics, and also deep learning. And we can see the example of the training materials in the next slide. And these are the trainings that have been made in collaboration with universities and also with TUV Rijnland, so that this can be internationally recognized. And to get good and competent AI talents and potential trainers as well, we have initiated big data communities and associations. In 2014, we formed a big data community called IWBIS, and currently has more than 1,000 of members. And in general, this community acts as a platform to discuss big data and big data analytics implementation matters, and later on also discussing about AI as well. And we have traveled to many areas in the country, including Aceh in the west part and also Makassar in the east part, to conduct big data and big data analytics meetups and workshops since 2015. And with the same expectation, the Data Scientist Association was also founded in November 2016, and since then has always been an inseparable partner with the IDBig data community. And also through this community and association, we can recognize potential AI talents and trainers in the region. And this is the community event, and you can see that we have 6 conferences, international conferences on big data so far, and we already have 28 meetups, and yeah, things that you can see in the slide. And now let's talk about internship. Internship is the right way for applying what is being taught from the education and training to the real situation in the industry. And we've been conducting internship for vocational and university students for years. And of course, they will get the initial training and orientation on what we do in projects and customers support, and also product development, as well technology research. They will be supervised directly by our engineers and our analysts and architects, and they will be actively involved in developing and testing applications, making documentations, and even in application design process and project management. This internship will last for at least 3 months, although recently we are expecting more than 6 months to have a meaningful impact for both sides. And actually we expect at least 1 year internship. And next is our current research and project. These are our project, including AI projects. It is in bold, And the best way to develop good engineers is to get them involved in projects. That's the key. And we've been successful in developing IT engineers or developers for years, and we have some proven materials for these purposes, as well to develop AI talents. However, there are many new fields not known to us, and especially in some AI area. So strong collaboration is needed here, especially with universities that really understand and master the scientific details, and also with industry who have the practical implementations, and also with regulators who can develop policies, and also with communities as a platform to develop products and good supports. Okay, so this is actually the end of my presentation on this occasion regarding our support that we can give to the implementation of Stranas KA. Next, I will read the conclusion of this presentation. So Indonesia has a roadmap for artificial intelligence called Stranas KA. It's already launched last August. And the implementation of Stranas KA needs significant efforts, especially in data collection and building hardware and software affordable to people, and also talent development. And collaboration are required between industries, research institutions, governments, and communities to accelerate Stranas KA implementation. And these collaborations have already resulted in innovative products to collect, store, and process data in the big data area, and also education materials to develop and certify experts for artificial intelligence implementation. And this collaboration will be continued and enhanced further and strengthened to accelerate the implementation of Stranas KA, or artificial intelligence in Indonesia. So I thank you for your attention. So I give it back to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beno, for your great talk on big data. Okay, now it's time for Q&A sessions. We received several questions. I will try to select some of them. So, okay, there is a question from Mr. Agung Utomo. Can marine radar be used to distinguish between ocean waves and tsunami waves? Because Indonesia is prone to tsunami disasters.
Okay, thank you for the question. Well, I'm not a radar expert, but I know that some implementation in some country can use coastal radar to detect tsunami. But normally, tsunami can be detected by buoys or by over-the-horizon radar. And we have research over the horizon radar together with University of Indonesia and University of Gajah Mada for 3 years. And we expect to complete the research by the next 2 years from now. Okay, so coastal radar can be used to detect tsunami, but we don't really use it. But instead, we use over-the-horizon radar, also to detect the heads of waves in the ocean. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, another questions from Mr. Indra Hartono. First questions from him is, with your various capabilities in data processing, do you have any plan of your company to develop or cooperate with defense industry to build the new technology for military purpose? And the second question from him, concerning your presentations about IWBIS, now there's happened some false detection due to fake ICE data. How can we determine between the real ICE data and the fake ICE data, and how to protect the ICE data from hacking?
Okay, we already working with MOD Ministry of Defense in a certain area. Okay, we in fact we already delivered our big data in their premise, and we expect to work with them in the next coming months, and we're still waiting for the say the agreement. And of course, big data can be used for various purposes, and not limited only MOD, but we also using it for telecommunication, for bankings, and etc. And regarding the ICE, okay, and it happens that the ICE data being hacked by smart fishers, for instance, with negative intention, for instance, for illegal fishing. And there is some mechanism to differentiate between the real data or the fake data. But in our ICE design, we prefer to use what's so-called as application-specific message, which is one message that allowed to be sent along with other ICE messages. So we use this facilitate to send our data, and we can also do some strong encryption in it. So it is not easy or almost impossible to correct it. So we can piggyback data, important data, for instance, the ID and also the location, the GPS location. But this data is encrypted along with dynamic data sent by the ICE normally, and we can compare the data. So after we decrypt the data and we see that there is some strong differentiation between encrypted data and from the normal data, then we can conclude that this vessel should be suspected for something wrong. Okay. So that's the mechanism that we take to differentiate between fake data and real data, and to alleviate if the ICE data being hacked. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, another questions from Ms. Sinta Octaviana. As an entrepreneur in ITZ, what is your opinion or solutions when most of application in our government developed and managed by the third party, but sometimes the institution doesn't care about the information security issue, and so with the third party, what do you think?
Well, of course, that's bad. Okay. And we've learned about some regulation, for instance, GDPR, Global Data Protection Regulation, and in Europe, and also some regulation regarding healthcare, for instance, HIPAA for insurance, and other PII, personal identification information, and personal health information. And actually, we can copy the regulation into our country and make it as a regulations. And actually, that's underway, I think. And soon, I hope that we have security regulation implied, and for instance, like GDPR, so we can directly implement it in our software. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So another question is from Mr. or Mrs. Sugiri. I'm sorry. As seen on the presentations on implementations of big data platform in Indonesian government, what is your opinion about which approach should Indonesian government adopt to maintain the verifying source of data, as there may vary on terms of the explanation and interpretations on the data level, variable level, and etc., and which ministry is responsible to maintain national big data regulations?
Okay, I think that the government already have one data initiative here, and I think it is led by Bappenas, and I know for sure that Kominfo is also involved. And in fact, we are working with Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fishery to build their one data, especially in pohon informasi perikanan. Okay, One data that now being implemented in ministry in KKP is actually a structured data only. So they need to analyze unstructured data, for instance, taken from social media or from the media online, from blogs and others. And currently, we're still implementing it with them using our big data software. Okay. And we also have, maybe soon we'll have one data for maps from BIG and also for healthcare, I hope, and other data. And if that happens, then it can be beneficial for our country and we can implement AI accordingly. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, last question. From myself, I want to ask you, you already implemented many applications, big data applications in many domains. So among domains you already implemented, which one is the most challenging? Whether in marine, in fishing, or in healthcare, or in other domains?
Well, okay.
Of
Every
course,
domain has, its domain has its challenge actually. For instance, in telco, for telecommunication, maybe it's not as complex as banking, but they have fast data, and we have to process. Maybe today we process more than 300 billion records per day, and we are using almost 1,000 servers in one farm in telco. In banks, they are not as huge as telco, but the analysis in banks is very complicated. Okay, and we have experience building their big data and their team, so they can continue by themselves without our existence there. And from that experience, we know that analysis in banks can be very complicated, and it requires specific data scientists for that. And in government, the challenge mostly non-technical, as I said before. We have ego sectoral problems and other non-technical problems like silos and everything. Okay, thank you.
How about if compared with the healthcare domain in the?
Okay.
Because you also have the product with the hospital in Jakarta, right?
Yes. Today we are still doing it actually, integrating all the data research in the hospital, including medical records. And we have also all medical records in the format of plain paper, not electronic format. So we have to scan it to be electronic and can be processed further. And we also have image data taken from their modalities. Okay, and we also have other data, for instance, for administrators, finances, everything. And the problem in hospital that we currently working on is that a lot of manual data, and they haven't implemented data, real data governance. So, for instance, master data management is not well in place. So sometimes we have to build a map because one particular sickness can be in different names. Okay, so we need to build a specific map for that. And hospital, we actually pay lots of attention on our healthcare system. So since 2016, we have developed our own FHIR. FHIR is FHIR, or Fast Healthcare Interoperable Resource, which is a standard way to interoperable healthcare data between organizations and how to store it in the standardized format. And we have it now completely rewrite on top of our big data software. And hopefully this can be well implemented in the current hospital that we are working and next being used by the government, hopefully. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, we still have one more question. Okay, is it fine, Mr. Reno? Okay. to integrate capabilities and data in the military world known as C5ISR. What is the
Okay.
opportunity for Indonesia to build a data center for defense or centric cybersecurity? From Mr.
Okay.
Sugeng.
Okay. For ISR or C5 ISR nowadays. Yeah. And okay, that's quite difficult because our defense both armament for different companies, even different countries, from USA, from Uni Soviet or Ukraine, or for Spain, from Italy, and sometimes they don't really open their protocol to our engineer, and that makes it difficult to integrate the data. But I think if we can push them, we can force them to open their specification or their protocol whatsoever, then the technical things can be solved by our engineers. So yeah, I want to see that happen, and I want to see that we have our own C4 ISR or C5 SSR implemented in our MOD. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, already finished answering all of questions. Okay, and also time is up. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Beno. Please give applause to Mr. Beno for the great talk. Okay, now I will return the time to Dr. Pancha. Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank
Beno.
you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Nia. Thank you, Pak Beno, for sharing your insights and experience in implementing big data solution in various domains. Thank you, Dr. Nia, as well, for facilitating a great discussion. So once again, I would like to thank all the keynote speakers, Dr. Hamam Riza, Professor Zainal Hasibuan, Admiral Amarul Octavian, and Mr. Beno Pradexo. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for all of our moderators for fruitful discussion, and also the participants. We hope that you get lots of insight from all of our keynote presentations today on how big data can be used in innovative ways, ranging from handling a growing pandemic to safeguarding national security via smart devices such as UAV and marine radars. So as Andrew McAfee once said, the world is a one big data problem. So the challenge is upon us to address it bit by bit. So that wraps up our final keynote session for IWBIS. I'll take this opportunity to remind you that there will be a closing ceremony right after this session. In fact, the ceremony will take place in this very room, right? Webinar room. So please stick around. So I'll see you soon in perhaps 5 minutes, but Adila will take over though, right? Yeah, is Adila here?
I think
Hello,
no.
Adila? Not here yet. Okay.
Okay.
Still in the other room, right?
Yeah, not yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay then. So
Very much.
shall we take a group picture?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. While waiting for Pak Adila, Prof. Wisnu still doing a keynote session, I guess. Okay, let's take a picture.
Okay, let me count for you, Dr. Pancha.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mas Robi.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, smile.